Yo.
Right.
We back again.
We back. And
We back
probably give
again.
a couple minutes for everybody
Yeah.
to kind of hop in over here. What the hell is Okay, cool. All right, so we are live on YouTube. We're live on Rockfin, and let me just make sure we straight over on Facebook. And apologies for everybody for running a little bit behind, but we're here now. And we'll give you guys a few minutes to file into here. As you guys can see, it's a very eventful night. We had Case Study QB. Shout out to him again for swinging through, spending time with us. And we have a returning guest, one of the hosts of Blunt Force Wisdom, Miss Teal herself. How are we doing, Teal?
We're doing good. How are we doing, guys? Hi, Marcus. Hi, Chris.
Doing
What's
good.
up,
I mean, we wanted to make sure to try to, bring you on more often. I don't know. I kind of feel like we need to have a female energy in here sometimes, and so.
Oh, most definitely. Oh, it's my NFC earned shirt. I'm a Carolina Panthers fan, and we went to the Super Bowl in 2015, and I found it. It's one of my favorite shirts.
It's
okay,
tough
so
to be a
you're
Panther fan right now.
Bro,
I was about to say, like, I'm a pray for you. I'm a Giants fan, so it's rough for.
So see y'all in the same boat. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough right now. Like I was telling my dad, I said if I had enough money, I'd buy my team. And they was like, no, you need to buy the team and more players. I was like, man, I try my best to build what I got on my team, man. But dog, it's looking harsh for us. It's just terrible.
You know what? We should petition.
Not too late to pick a new one.
We should petition. We should petition Bezos' ex-wife, since she likes to give money to charity. I mean, for the Panthers and Giants, those are charitable cases right now.
They really are, man. They really are. Yes, being a Panthers fan is rough right now. It hurts.
What up, fam? What up, cousin? It's always good when got family in the building. What's up, Ladarius?
Hey.
Oh, we got an interesting. I couldn't even put all the stories in that was going on, but I always try to put a little bit so we can get a feel for everything. No Diddy.
I want to ask
about Diddy.
I want to ask Voodoo real quick if she's aware that we are now canceling Janet Jackson, because I was just asking Case that.
What? Why do we have to cancel Janet?
Oh, you ain't see the news, huh?
No. What did I miss about Janet? What did Janet do? What you gotta tell me what Janet did?
Look, I don't even want to say it. I want you to look it up. I'm not saying that I'm canceling her. I just want you to see what the headlines are. Oh, look at her face. She saw the headlines.
No, not yet. Hold on.
I thought you saw. Okay. Hold on. Go ahead. Take a look. Look at it. For those who aren't aware, just Google Janet Jackson real quick, and then you'll see why I brought it up and why I just find it a little funny.
In fact, we'll let Teal break
No, that would make me like her even more right now. Because for real, is Kamala black? I'm just curious. Is she black? I don't care. Let's question it. They question Obama. Somebody got to question this one.
No, like I said, I just thought it was funny when I saw it earlier today that Janet Jackson came up, and I'm like, well, she got a new song, like a new video. Is she pregnant? Just nothing at all political. And then to see that her name is coming up on politics. And if you look, it is The Guardian, Rolling Stone, Newsweek, Deadline. All of them have headlines about Janet Jackson right now. Yeah. All of the liberal media outlets, they have Hollywood Reporter, Variety, Extra TV, TMZ, People. All of them right now are running stories about Janet Jackson, and I thought that shit was kind of funny.
Oh shoot, I got a friend in the chat. What up, Manny? Manny says Diddy is suspected of having taped and blackmailed people. Will the tapes ever be released?
Nah, they're going to the same vault that the Epstein list went to.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the feds released the one tape that they needed to get rid of Puff in terms of any kind of public support. That video of what happened between him and Cassie in that hotel effectively killed most of his public support. So in the court of public opinion, that tape alone already doomed him. So the feds did their job in terms of releasing any footage. I think the footage would mostly be boring unless it is footage of men who have not come out and said that they are homosexual.
Maybe it'd be that Meek Mill tape come out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That shit sounded rough.
Yeah, the only video that would come out to damage people, or actually they'll probably hold it as blackmail themselves, would be for a man who has not declared that he's a homosexual participating in homosexual acts. And that would be the only thing, because if you see two guys and a woman having, consensual, action, if you will, is that really news? No, I don't really care. You can go on mad sites and see that shit all the time. So I mean,
but
maybe
what if they
people
like humiliating baby oil wrestling matches.
I mean, some people might like that. You know what I'm saying? Some people might like that.
DJ Khaled.
It's gonna end up being something like this is what they're gonna find.
Oh my God! Yes, exactly. What the
fuck? I don't know. I could resist putting that up. But yeah, I think that's kind of stuff that is probably on that tape. Remember years ago, old boy who was the former porn star, he came out and was talking about that he was, on Diddy's payroll, and he was talking about how all those rappers were gay and that Diddy was paying him for the freak offs and all that stuff like that.
I mean, did we not all watch the Boondocks?
Correct.
Gangstalicious.
Come on, dog.
Mm-hmm.
Facts.
Like, get out of here.
That's a fact. Again, it's the
what up, Weezy? Hey, Weezy, you want to come on? Let me know. I'll send you a link too, my brother.
The Puff. Look, I'm the age I am, so I still call him Puff. I know people call him Diddy, but I still say Puff. You know what I mean? I just. That's how I knew to do Diddy, whatever. But the thing about the issue about this case that I don't like is that all the jokes are already out. All the jokes about the lube and the baby oil, they overdid it already. As far as I'm concerned, that's why I don't even have many jokes about it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just they don't beat that dead horse 5 times over. So
I don't know, but it's still funny though. It's still funny, just like the cats and dog videos are still funny. The Trump stuff. All of it's
no, it's not, Marcus.
It's still funny.
No, it's not. Okay, if somebody send me one more motherfucking goddamn video of a Korean and a fucking Haitian dapping up, or if I get another fucking video of Trump fucking on some fucking PETA fucking crusade, no.
Did you hear the song?
Bro, yes, it's on the show. The AI fucking one that James Brown's brother did.
No, I didn't hear that one.
You didn't hear the old school.
I heard the one that Kifnis made.
No, King Willinocious. AI made they eating the cats and they eating the dogs. It sounds like James Brown's brother.
Wow.
Steve found it for me because I'm the only Haitian everybody fucking knows in my fucking circle.
Oh, that's why you don't want to hear the
yes, I don't want to hear the shit no more. I'm a fucking Zoe, and people fucking asking me shit. Don't ask me shit, or your pet gonna come up missing. How about that?
Sac passe.
Sac passe, no bole. Man, I swear, I will look. You keep talking to me about your cat being missing. I'm gonna really make it go missing.
I don't know. I wonder if Jake might pop up in one of these videos, like Manny was saying.
Yo, did y'all see Amber Rose talking? Why didn't even let her get to a mic? That girl ain't got 2 brain cells.
No, she don't.
When she was
at the convention.
No, she was outside LAX, and they was like, "Do you believe that the people are really eating cats and dogs?" And she was like, "Well, if it's on the internet, then yeah, you gotta believe it." What the? Wait a minute.
Good gracious.
Yeah.
TMZ is in cahoot. TMZ is owned by the feds.
Yes, the dude is a lawyer. The white dude that's in the head that's head of it. He used to be an active lawyer. Like, get out of here. Of course he's the feds. I think 50 Cent the feds. I called my brother today and I told him, okay, so check me out. I think 50 Cent's the feds with this whole Diddy thing, the Jay-Z thing, all of it. You ever notice how he always got everybody business? No matter what it is, he always know everybody business, and some sneaky shit too. Like in the midst of him telling you some shit that you might have heard on the Shade Room, he gonna throw something else in it that you never heard before. He knew about Rick Ross fucking doing his little bid as the feds. Anytime that he had beef with the game, he was pulling shit out his fucking ass. He knew about this fucking Diddy shit 10 years before it even got hip. He made a documentary over the last 10 years. It drops what, next week?
Mm-hmm.
So coincidental, right? He know everything about everybody. Floyd Mayweather, all of his foolishness. He probably got a copy of the fucking list if he didn't make the list his motherfucking self. Not to mention 50 from New York too. There's only so many boroughs up there, and you crossing boroughs anyway. In the music industry, you're crossing boroughs, and I know that for a fact because I have pictures of Busta Rhymes holding me because my mom was in the music in the 90s. So she definitely crossed into that camp.
It's a very beautiful night.
You know what I'm saying? Little Cease was out there. Busta was out there, and his homeboy was out there. I have a picture. I gotta find it, but I have a picture of him holding me while I was in one of my pretty little dresses as a kid. You feel me? But Little Cease is out there. Little Cease was with Bad Boy, but Busta wasn't. He was with Tribe Called Quest at the time in the 90s, and then he went to Flip
Busta
Mode.
was. Yeah, no, Busta was with Leaders of the New School in the 90s. He was Leaders of the New School, and then obviously. They were with Native Tongues. The whole movement, Native Tongues, was them, Tribe Called Quest, and a whole bunch of other guys.
De La Soul in it.
De La Soul, correct. So that's where he
bringing Weezy in. What is Truth podcast? What's up, my brother?
Hey, Weezy.
Weezy, what's up, man? But then after that, then he went solo and he started Flip Mode, and he went from there. So,
but you see what I mean when I'm like Little Cease and Busta could be hanging out, so all of them know each other. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no question they all know each other. So 50, you got shot so many fucking times. You supposedly got set up in the beginning by the feds. In your movie, you want the feds. I don't know. I just think 50 the feds. He know too much about everybody for me.
Well, remember a lot of these guys.
It's about theatrics, man. Like
these guys,
go ahead.
They're all in the same industry, and people make enemies. So if the enemy of my enemy become my friend on some level, so then it's like, I don't like this dude. Let me tell you what happened last week at the spot, and then we go from there. So I think that's how a lot of information gets passed along.
True,
especially if you're willing to pay for the information. Because Cat Williams even said alluded to that in his now famous interview with Shannon Sharp. He was like, "I'll pay you for the info."
Facts. Go ahead, Weezy. Before I have a thought, go ahead.
The same Shannon Sharp that was slapping them cheeks for Kim Kardashian clicks. Man, to me, it's all theatrics. Anytime you get to these upper echelons, it doesn't matter if it's politics, entertainment, you got to be doing some shit. You know what I'm saying? Or they got some shit on you. You can't just go organic anymore. You know what I'm saying? You can't just be like a natural talent trying to sell tapes on the corner and try to hit it big anymore. That's what I believe. You got to be into nefarious shit, or they got some shit on you. You got to get initiated into the game. That's what I believe. Maybe some people already knew this for a while, but my fucking hopes and dreams and aspirations, if you will, regarding Tupac was shattered not too long ago when I seen that 17-year-old when he was 17 years old doing that interview, and
he was so proper, and he was just so
flamboyant and very, very very prissy, if you will, and then a short time after that interview, he's all thug life, all this shit. It's all theater, man. and it's all to, I mean, hip hop, to subvert the culture. You know what I mean? If they really wanted to eradicate this poverty, they would have done so long ago. You know what I mean? By providing equal education, equal opportunities in the hoods. And instead, all these years later, you can go to the ghettos and it's still shitty ass schools. It's still drug infested. And if you're a kid growing up in that, the chances of you prospering out of that are very slim. And
have you guys seen? Speaking of drugs, sorry, Weezy, real quick, but just to add on to that, have you guys seen the Galaxy Gas, aka? Have you seen Galaxy Gas making a comeback?
Nitrous, yeah, man. Computer cleaner.
And you see who is predominantly on the internet using all his whippets, right?
Yeah, man. It's us now, which is wild.
Correct.
That wasn't our shit.
At all. I swear, like, we went from the generation of hustlers who was rapping to like drug addicts and users are rapping. And those are the most popular ones. And even if you're like Future, who claims that he doesn't use any of this stuff, but he raps about it all the time, like the end user is like, damn, okay, this may not be so bad. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, they got mad black kids in the hood doing whippets. Again, that was like,
you got Little Nas grinding on Satan's dick.
Well, yeah, but we already knew that was coming.
But it's all done.
I mean, we already saw that.
That's where it's all being steered to. You know what I'm saying? And it doesn't matter if it's hip hop. You could argue the same shit with the Taylor Swift on the white people shit. You know, it's all hypnotic CIA intelligence bullshit that's just being sprayed out. They studied this shit long ago. They know what hits. They know what's gonna captivate the young kids' minds, because that's what they need. Because once you captivate the young generation's minds, it only takes a couple generations, and then they're all into it. It's the new fucking normal, quote unquote. And people fall in lockstep with that. It's the slow boiling of the frog, and before you know it, it becomes normalized. This fucking outlandish behavior. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's the truth. I just recently encountered something. I live in a small town now. My childhood town is a small town. And we have an amusement park right down the street. And for the last 2 weeks, I've seen on the news that my local police department has had to go respond to our amusement park, the place where I had my first job type shit, because kids are like moshing and having like huge ass fights in the parking lot, and somebody got fucking stabbed. And I'm just like, what the fuck? And these little jits, 16, 17, 18-year-olds, which means they are the spawns of people I've went to school with. These are the spawns of my generation. And I had to tell these motherfuckers, I was like, look, if your jit is down at Busch Gardens acting fucking stupid, I'ma smack fire out your kid, because I'ma know who kid it is. And then I want you to come see me so I can smack fire out of you.
Are you from Florida?
Nah, I ain't from Florida. I should.
When she said jit.
Yeah, the only time I heard young jit was out here in Florida. That was the first time I heard it. That's why I wanted to know.
Oh no,
yeah, it's a southern thing.
I've been all over the world, Weezy.
Copy that.
Everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, well, and I want to share this comment here from Manny. It says, video released about Diddy beating his ex is old and litigated. True. I haven't seen any proof of guilt on Diddy. Diddy is innocent before proven guilty. Trial by social media don't cut it. 1,000 bottles of lube isn't criminal. Johnson & Johnson made sales. Which all of that is true. Nothing has been confirmed yet, and we'll know once the trial gets started. I mean, it could turn into like this Trump thing where some of the stuff turns out to be, yeah, we got a conviction, but it's on a technicality and it's not going to really result in any kind of real jail time or any or this could just be the opening salvo, and it's just kind of putting it out there, but it could turn into a lot more. I honestly feel like whenever you see a black man,
ritual, bro.
Well, I think when you see a black man and you see a whole bunch of white girls come out, charging you or something, you normally get convicted.
I mean, that's Othello. Shakespeare wrote that. That's Othello. But
I think the other possibility that it's humiliation rituals that you see routinely with people that don't fall in line. It's just not with Diddy. I mean, look what happened with Bill Gates. Bill Gates was the face of the jabby jab. He everyone looked up to him, and people never even asked, wait a minute, this dude's a computer programmer. Why is he advocating for this experimental gene therapy drug? And then something must have happened along the ways, and then all his Epstein ties started coming out. He got disgraced. He got thrown under the bus, if you will. So, I mean, that could be another possibility that can't be discarded with Diddy. Maybe he done pissed some people off, and so he's being humiliated at the moment. But depending on the circumstance, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he walks. And he gets rehabilitated like all these other fucking scumbags.
I'm definitely been devil's advocate all week. Granted, like, if this comes out and he's dirty as a bitch, like, it is what it is. But I always like being devil's advocate as a female perspective of the party that's probably, you know what I'm saying, fucked over in this situation. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, damn, Diddy got 1,000 bottles of fucking baby oil. First off, you can't get nasty with that. That jacks up a chick's entire pH balance.
Mm-hmm.
So keep that in mind.
But not a dude's booty hole.
No, not a dude's booty hole. And then I was thinking just like on some like, damn, me, allegedly, y'all know that's my favorite word. Allegedly, I have been in the, I guess, sex trafficking ring because I've had dudes fly me out, allegedly. You know what I'm saying? And they're saying that those are the rules that are being broken. Mm-hmm. That's causing these charges. And I'm like, damn, you can't even get DoorDash pussy? That's crazy. That's crazy. You can't even fly in your type of pussy. That's insane to me. Sorry, mama. Oh my goodness, Marcus, I forgot your mama.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
But that's just wild to me. It's like, damn, I like this bitch. She's so many miles away. You can't even rent her a car, get her a bus ticket, get her on a red eye. None of that.
I mean, that's a good point because I mean, when this Diddy stuff first started going on, that was one of the things that we talked about. Like, since when, like, the definition of what used to be considered trafficking and what is being called trafficking now is way different. It used to be like, okay, this girl was walking home from school.
Sounds like it's 100. It sounds like it's 100% against your will.
Yeah, and
but
now
the other thing that the other point that seems to get missed, and I haven't heard too much people mention, is the underage factor. You know, it all. This is why I feel like he may slide through this bitch because that's what happened with Epstein. They were talking about him trafficking young women. They never wanted to mention it was fucking kids. How the hell are you gonna call a kid a young woman? It's a fucking kid. But the media always staged it as young women. And that's what we're hearing with the Diddy shit. Same fucking MO. Where you're hearing trafficking and young women and all this shit. It's fucking kids at the end of the fucking day.
I don't draw the connection between Puff and Jeff Epstein at all. I see people keep saying that. I don't, only because Epstein and his clients and everybody they were affecting public policy, global policy, business leaders,
the scientific community.
Yeah, correct. With Puff, it just seemed like it's a bunch of people having a party and they do some wild, freaky. Notice no thousand pounds. Oh yeah, nasty. But going back to it, I don't see as many important policy leaders involved in the Puff thing. I mean, unless that comes out later. For right now,
unless you mention Obama and Trump, being real buddy, and he was throwing campaign ads for Hillary Clinton and Obama. I've been on.
They get all the celebrities to do that.
But if you pay attention,
that's standard.
I've been looking at the shit on X, man, and the people that love the Democrats they've been showing Diddy with Trump shit tons of pictures of that shit. And then you have the Republicans on the other side showing all kinds of pictures of Diddy campaigning for Obama and Hillary. The similarities are very striking. I would even argue, and this may be controversial, that man, with Diddy beating on fucking Cassie's ass, there's no videos of Epstein beating any fucking woman's ass. I don't know, man. I think he's pretty monstrous, and so I think this shit coming out, he must have done fucked up. I think this dirty game is not just just with hip hop. I think
what you said about what you said about that he fucked up. What you said about that he fucked up. I mean, we kind of went into that when that lawsuit came out a while back. Remember, Chris? And the theory and like Uncle Luke was saying that, you know, he pissed off some of the wrong people. Because I honestly think the only reason why this is even being made a thing, being 1000% honest, is because he pissed off somebody very powerful, and they decided, how can we make this into something that can rise to the level? And when you piss off the largest liquor distributor in the world, that's where I think this is coming from. He basically made the suit that they were racist.
Yes.
And I think people who put him in touch with that company, what is it, like Diogeo or something like that, I think they're like, yo, what the fuck your man's over here doing? And so from there, they said, oh, don't worry, we got something for him.
They done hit Diddy with the training day, y'all.
That falls
exactly.
That falls in line with what I've been saying, though. It's a humiliation ritual. Bitch, you want to get loud? You want to act like you're the fucking man? We'll show you who the fucking man is. We'll show you who runs this fucking bitch. You see what I'm saying? So,
see, I don't think it's a ritual though. I think they're like, no, we're not giving you no chance to rebuild. We already told you to calm yourself down, and now it's time to take you out the frame.
Did you guys listen to what his lawyer said?
About which one?
No.
Which part?
How this all started with Puff?
No. Was it dealing with that? Because I remember, did y'all read the article about the cartel dude saying, like, Diddy owe him money? Like, he tried to sue Diddy for drug money and money lost over bitches? No? Okay, so go ahead, Chris. You go first, because I'm going to find that article.
No, just listening to the attorney and to Puff's attorney, what did he say? I would say maybe last year he was approached. Somebody is saying that there's a woman approached Puff or his team, what have you, basically saying, yo, the Kim Porter book is going to come out. We want $30 million to make it go away. Obviously, if you Puff, you're like, F you, I'm not paying. What happens? The last day before the statute of limitations expired in the state of New York, Cassie filed her suit. Case was settled for how much? The same $30 million that they initially approached Puff for. I think if Puff had just paid the $30 million up front, none of this would be happening, number one. Number two is that then we saw the slew of civil cases. I think it was a bunch of people who were on the payroll or who were living a certain lifestyle that Puff cut off, and then they all started filing cases and suits against him. And then it looks like a prosecutor, and if you know anything about prosecutors, especially within, even state courts, or especially at the federal level, they're going to make their case by prosecuting celebrities. Mm-hmm. Puff is just a sacrificial lamb for some federal prosecutor to move to the next stage in their career. That's my take on it.
Like on some what's my movie with Keanu Reeves and Al Pacino?
The Devil's Advocate.
Devil's Advocate. Just like that. It's some Devil's Advocate shit for sure. Oh shit. Okay, so I sent you the article, Marcus, because a cartel member literally tried to sue Diddy because he was like, look, I done lost money off of drugs and bitches.
Cheers, Chris.
Cheers, guys. I got my coconut water and rum. Exactly, Marcus. You was saying you was gonna catch
vitamin water.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think it's still early enough, so we may vary on our different theories and shit. But Chris, yeah.
Have you guys ever seen a RICO case where they only arrested one person?
No. I would think they do a whole suite, bro.
They do a whole slew, but RICO is bullshit too, because they should have done RICO on Epstein. They should have done RICO on Epstein. They never fucking did no RICO on Epstein. They never did it. Where was RICO on Epstein? So to me, that tells me it's all bullshit, man. It's all smoke and mirrors.
And the other reason why I say I don't put Puff and Epstein together is that one is a Zionist who's working for that particular group. The other one,
Diddy was a Zionist too.
Yeah,
they're all fucking Zionists, and this is why I like.
But he might be Zionist,
adjacent.
It's
different. It's different being a Zionist and working for Zionists.
And being employed by
different.
I agree with
different
that.
You're an employee.
I agree with that. But at the same time, I definitely there's a difference between working and being pro Zionism. But it's not that much different. You know what I'm saying? If you're still working for the cause in one way, shape, form, or another, you piss off the wrong fucking people, you're fucking getting taken down. And by all reports and accounts, a lot of people is coming out saying, oh, this Diddy shit, man, we knew this shit 10 years ago. We knew this shit 15, 20 years ago. A lot of people's coming out now, but they didn't say shit back then. They didn't say shit back then.
To that point, I just want to say something real quick. To the right-wing conspiracy people, stop talking about this topic. You motherfuckers are wrong about everything. You mad late. You putting up pictures of Meek Mill saying that's Puff's son. You guys are so out of your fucking league. Stop discussing this shit, okay? You not of the culture. You know nothing about the culture. You guys are doing a whole bunch of shit for clickbait. So all of you, pass the word to that bitch-ass Dom Luker, Matt Walsh. Who else? There's a whole bunch of bitch-ass right-wing. Ben Shapiro, all these people tweeting about
Patrick Bet-David.
Now you motherfuckers feel like you need to chime in because it's a fucking black dude. You know what I mean? That has some cash. So now I feel like I gotta chime in. Get the fuck out of here, bro. If you don't know shit,
exactly, and then
shut the fuck up.
And then here's the thing, like somebody said earlier, right? They want to post all these pictures of Bill Clinton next to Jeff Epstein and be like, look, this is evidence of guilt. Right? They posting pictures of Puff next to Hillary Clinton and Obama saying, look, well, Trump is in pictures with all these people, and then they find best ways to explain him out of it. He's just a popular guy. He's everywhere. Never mind.
They make excuses for that shit. It's mental gymnastics. They have to fucking do a reverse pretzel, all kinds of weird ass shit.
I wish all of them would just stop talking about it. I wish they would stop tweeting about it because they're just the dumbest of dumb. I know probably next week I'll be saying this about liberals, but this week, this is that whole right-wing sphere that all of a sudden wants to be tweeting about Diddy because it's engagement and they know that their audience are even more stupid than they are themselves. It's mind-numbing how stupid the majority of people are. Like I try not to be so negative, but at the same time, they don't give me a reason not to feel this way.
This is a wild ass headline right here.
This is the one that which Teal talked about. Yeah, you noticed that? You noticed that amount,
bro? Yes.
Teal just sent me this one.
I'm gonna put this shot on my Spotify. Give y'all a shout out, but read this for those people that just listening.
Definitely. You want me to go back up to the top or start from here?
No, just
I'll read this. I'll read these bullet points here. Diddy sued by Sinaloa cartel member for allegedly ruining drug business. Alfredo P. Gonzalez claims defamation after refusing to traffic minors. Seeks $66,000 in damages for lost criminal context. The judge dismissed the case as frivolous and lacking standing.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
I would say so. Shit.
What the?
But the dude who's currently locked up got $100 million judgment against Puff just last week, and clearly that was nonsense, and they threw that one out too. So again, there's a lot of disinformation, misinformation flying around. There's a thirst for a lot of people wanting to be first, to get the most engagement, to get the most likes, to get the most retweets, the most subs. It's really just nasty business out here, and it's just like, and there's a lot of people who want to get to the bottom of things, who want to learn about things, who want, and I just feel like it's just a lot of childish, elementary type behavior that goes on. And I'm talking about the right, and the same thing with the left, the independent space. A lot of people will just see the shit that get the most clickbait. They'll put it in the title and then they'll run with it. You watch their program. These people can't speak. They don't know what they're talking about. The facts are in front of them and they get everything wrong. So there's a lot of stupidity floating around.
It's something I want you to bring up, because this is something that we covered, and this is a story which Chris brought to the forefront probably about maybe 8 months ago or so, that I really haven't heard virtually anybody talking about: the whole Lucian Grange lawsuit.
Lucian Grange, what about him? Which one?
You remember that there was some kind of dang, you brought it up. I'm forgetting it now, but we talked about this some months ago about something going on with
Lucian. Yeah. Lucian was named in the he's in the Puff orbit, right?
Yes,
so
yeah.
I think
explain that. Explain it. Yeah.
All right, so I'll start here and then I'll work back, right? I think the raid was to get all of the evidence that would hurt all these executives within the music industry. I think they went there to make sure they could get all the tapes. They could review all the tapes to where if they see any of these people in and around this stuff, they don't want it to get out. So, and then going into the Lucian Grange, if those who don't know about, Lucian Grange, he is big dog at Universal. He just put his son in a big time position as well. So I just want to wanted to point that out. But update on that story: the person who accused Lucian Grange, they had dropped him from the lawsuit that they were filing against Puff, which is convenient. Doesn't necessarily mean that he's not guilty or anything like that. Is again, when you deal with people who have very weird sexual perversions, nothing is beyond imagination. And it's not the guys who look like Puff who have the weirdest sexual perversions. I'll just leave that there. You guys can take that and run with it. Run with it if you will.
It's the truth, though.
But we know who is who has the sickest perversions.
Well, I just wanted to bring up that Lucian Grange thing, because Chris brought that up at a time where nobody was talking about any of this Diddy stuff.
Correct. Thank you, Marcus.
I had that interview about 2 years ago with Tones, and I was talking to Teal about this. I said, 2 years ago I had that interview with him, and it seemed like story after story after story in my timeline start becoming more and more Diddy related. And so in the hip hop community, there's always been different rumors and this and that and a whole bunch of stuff surrounding Diddy. I mean, and like Teal brought up earlier about the Gangstalicious stuff. That's always kind of stuff that's been going on. But just of late, all of a sudden, things got real serious. And right around that time, Chris brought up the whole Lucian Grange kind of connection. Since that has been brought up, no matter if what's happened is that story has gotten pressed all the way down and not much talking about it. And then I forgot to respond to somebody on online earlier, but they asked me something about all these CEOs stepping down. in the music industry, because that's where I feel it is. The whole Diddy stuff is all just surrounding the music industry. Most like the real power players, they're not going to get their hands too dirty with nobody in the music industry, because that's kind of like,
especially one like Puff. That's below them. That's
they'll bring out a Meg Thee Stallion to go twerk on stage and to kind of to put some butts in the seats, but they really don't want to mess too much. Like even like they'll bring out the, like with Kamala, which we'll talk about later on, how with the Oprah thing they brought out all these celebrities to talk about it. Yeah. But how much that they're really these politicians and celebrities don't really merge like that. The celebrities are doing their own thing, and when their agent calls them and says, "Hey, we need you to prop up whatever," or be here, they sell something, then cut camera, and they're done. Because off camera, I guarantee you, the Kamalas ain't walking up and just having conversations with a lot of these people. Now, some of them are real deal, just Democratic donors, and they're politically active. But most celebrities are not politically active. They do not care. They just do it for the camera.
Did you see Michelle Obama selling her new drink in Costco?
Really?
I did.
Chris, okay. So Michelle Obama was in a Costco in Northern California selling like her little healthy energy drink or whatever the fuck she made, right? And she's in there talking to humans, like she just Jenny on the block, irony, with Secret Service around her, right? And I was like, damn, that's crazy. Somebody really got her on her Snapchat filter, you know what I'm saying, in Costco with Secret Service. But you telling me Kamala Harris is just going to be popping up on Oprah Winfrey's like little couch where she be giving away cars?
No.
Y'all just like they just out here doing regular shit now. When the fuck have you ever? I ain't never see Jackie O go out and post up no skirt edition or nothing. The Jackie O line of fucking lady suits. She ain't do that shit after Jack got killed.
I'm telling you, it's the Democrats are lying. The polls are all lying. The media commentary narrative is wrong. It is not close. Internally, their actions tell me that they don't think it's close.
No, they're doing some desperate shit.
They're correct. Thank you.
I don't believe. Maybe this is a foreign thought process, but I don't believe any motherfucking polls. I think whoever wins has already been selected, and it's just playing along, man. It's just wrestling federation.
To us.
Yeah, it's just to bread and circus for everyone else. Like I joined this group on Facebook, and it's just Mexican Americans, and like 95% of them are like, "Oh my god, Kamala Harris, hell yeah," like all this shit. And there's a couple of Trumpers in there, but it's overwhelming Kamala Harris. I'm like, man, all y'all motherfuckers are playing into this bread and circus bullshit. These motherfuckers are selected, not elected. And it seems like when I say that, people dismiss me as some Looney Tune out there with this weird thought process that people can't understand, that I don't trust any fucking side. They all fucking lie. They're all full of shit, and it's all the same club.
Well, can I go out on that limb real quick with you, Weezy? I think that there's some truth to what you're saying. I do think that there is a small modicum of they are doing something with the polls, and they just want to make sure that the polls are somewhat close so that they can make their selection what they do. Because if it seems extremely out of whack, then there's call to question the legitimacy of their selection.
If what you're, and I'm not trying to argue with you, but if what you're saying is right, Hillary should have been the president instead of Trump.
Well, no,
she had the popular vote, and here's where Trumpers never want to talk about this shit. Hillary should have been the fucking president. She won the popular vote. She fucking smashed fucking Trump. As hated and as reviled as she was by the populace, she should have won. And I feel, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel you know what? The tide is kind of flowing towards Trump. Let's fucking give it to that motherfucker, because I think he was shocked that he won, and it should have been Hillary. But at the end of the day, the agenda is already written. It doesn't matter if it's Trump or fucking Harris.
But right there, you kind of took the leg.
They all wear that stupid little fucking hat.
You kind of took the legs out from under your argument there, because if Hillary was supposed to be selected and she didn't get selected, then that would mean that there is something going on with the polls to a degree. Now, I don't believe that they had already decided Hillary was going to be that person. Like, a lot of people that the people who believe that it's selected, a lot of times they will kind of lean towards it's on the Democratic side, that the Democrats are controlling everything, that the power players, the powers that be, are favoring the Democrats more than the Republicans. I don't believe that they favor either party. I believe that they'll decide whichever
I agree with you.
one which they want whenever they want.
Wherever the wind is blowing. I agree with you right there, bro. It's to me, the whole Trump JD Vance bullshit fits perfectly with whatever they're trying to accomplish, like pushing biometric IDs, because illegal immigration is one of those topics that's going to get people in line. Like, you've seen it being weaponized. Oh, they're busting all these motherfuckers in. They're giving them cell phones. They're giving them prepaid credit cards, and they're housing up in hotels. Hell yeah, we need to stop this fucking shit. What's the solution? Biometric IDs. Who's going to bring you these biometric IDs? JD and Donald Trump. And that's how you slide that bitch in. You know what I mean? You don't even need no lube at that point. You just slide that motherfucker in, because people are gonna accept it, because they're fucking pissed off. You worked everyone up, and people's gonna go along with it and not even fucking question it. And so this whole these Chris and I talked about the first assassination on Trump, and I thought it was bullshit staged. He thought it was more legitimate. And now you have the second assassination where we have no video. I think it's more fucking bullshit. I think that's what the angle that they're trying to get is a Donald Trump administration to carry on these fucking totalitarian measures and restrictions. And people's going to swallow it because they feel that's what's needed. Hell yeah, let's fucking clamp down on this. Let's clamp down. And what else do you hear from Trump? Oh, anti-Semitism needs to come to a hauling stop. You can't even criticize a religion. You can criticize Christianity all you want. You can criticize Hinduism or Muslimism, whatever the hell you want, but you don't go on the Israeli shit. So to me, it seems quite apparent that's the angle that's being played, and people's gonna go along with it. I could be wrong, but that's what it seems like to me.
I don't trust no party.
Well, you know, does no one find it funny that right after the incident last week Sunday, the next Monday, the day after, Puff is run up on, considering that he had already had a deal to turn himself in Tuesday, and then the feds just went in there and raided him as if they were not already in conversations with him to turn himself over. Do people not find that funny? Is that not weird?
Know anything about search warrants, which I don't know how many
shit,
people,
bro. People will believe anything.
I don't know how many.
And that
people
wasn't even a search warrant for Puff that Monday. That was, you know, they went and picked, the feds went and got him. But we already had a deal, so it wasn't as if he was a flight risk. That wasn't it wasn't a flight risk because he said, "Yo, I'm coming to New York to turn myself in on Tuesday." The feds said, "Okay." And then all of a sudden,
I'll buy
Monday,
you a hamburger today if you arrest me on Tuesday.
It's that kind of same shit, bro. And then Monday comes, and we know that the words "freak off," "lube," and "baby oil" are going to dominate the conversation, and it has. Nobody's even the things that I'm bringing up again. A RICO case, one arrest. We ain't seen nobody else. We haven't even heard other names attached to this, right?
You know what else we haven't heard of is Kim Porter. Kim Porter was talking about Diddy banging ass young little boys. And then she
her book
fucking
just
dies.
dropped. I'm trying to get a copy of that hoe.
Tim Porter said this. And that ain't making the fucking news. That should be making the fucking news. But this is what I mean.
Well, Albie Shore's not being spoken up for either. And he's been saying shit. For years, Albie Shore's been saying shit.
Yeah.
And nobody is going back recanting. Nobody's saying nothing about Jag. Nobody's saying nothing about Albie. He already killed Heavy D.
And a group of other people.
Lil C's, Big Rob, he got Loon locked up, he got Shine locked up. You know what I'm saying? Like, bruh, don't get me started on the Diddy.
Yeah, but Loon,
nobody talking about Kid Cudi car.
They're playing a certain script.
Loon had a body on him and turned himself in, so that wasn't about Puff.
Puff could have got him off.
He went. Loon walked into the police station and said, "Yo, I killed somebody. Take me to prison."
Now, part 2 is the feds thing. I don't know how many times people have had search warrants or warrants enacted on them, but I know for a fact when you have a warrant against you, they have to touch bases with you first before they can enact that warrant. Before they can kick in your doors, they got to stop you on public property. They got to ask you some weird, dumbass, stupid ass questions. You got to talk to the boys before they can kick in your doors for real. They send somebody to talk to you. You know what I'm saying? UPS again, man, dumb shit.
To tie the thing is, look, even in our title, right? It says Diddy, Lebanon, Trump second assassination attempt, right?
Right.
I ain't seen nothing at all I have seen nothing in the media, not from any channel, whether it's even Fox. You can go to all the right-wing news stations. Even they're not talking about what happened last week, Sunday. They're not mentioning it at all. Why? Because freak-offs. Because we all want to know about the freak-offs. Who was there? And we're all sharing pictures and talking about Puff Daddy. But what we're not talking about is Biden saying that, yo, I think we're going to release the weapons restrictions on Ukraine. Right? We're not talking about that. We're not talking about the shooter even being in Ukraine as a fighter. We're not talking about the neocons.
Well, recruiter.
Yeah, recruiter.
It's all distractions, though, man.
We're not talking about any of that. And Marcus, this is to Marcus's point from last year, maybe even 2 years ago. What did Marcus say? I believe that we're heading for a world war, and this is where. And yet and look, I even pushed back against Marcus, saying, I'm not sure, but now that I'm seeing the things that are happening, now I'm like, oh shit, Marcus wasn't that far off. And now that we see the dominoes falling, we want to talk about lube and freak-offs.
just to correct the record, wow. It's been about 3 years.
Yeah, whatever it was.
I mean, that's what the whole thing smells like. That's what they're trying to lead us into. I had a discussion with Riley Wagaman. He was a former journalist with RT, man, a mainstream publication, if you will. And he's an American living in Russia. And he was telling me the shit, how it is to live in Russia, because we've been propagandized to view things. Oh yeah, the Russians think this, the Russians think that, and to hear him speak from his perspective, actually fucking living there, working there, all that bullshit, it gives you a different context into what reality actually is. And then when you realize from his perspective that even the Russian regime is playing the fucking game, because what do we hear? Always hear that, oh yeah, Russia's our enemy, the Chinese our enemy, they're our arch enemy, rivals in this and that. And then when you look at China, they got facial recognition, biometric IDs. You look at Russia, the way they handle COVID, same exact shit as the West. They're all playing the fucking game, man. And we're over here fighting about this little fucking minute detail here, little minute detail there, but it's all the same shit, man.
So, I was looking through some notes. I was talking to my baby brother about this. One of these days, I would like for him to jump on this show with us too, because he's really deep into music and conspiracies. But about a month and a half ago, we talked about a lot at a Kanye Illuminati party. If Kanye were to ever throw an Illuminati party, what would it look like? And the way that we described it is definitely down to a T of what he did in China, his performance in China. And so I started going on a deep dive about China because I was like, isn't it odd that we can still go to other countries that we even got beef with? Like, you ever thought about that? Like, the fact that, like, Dennis Rodman could just go to Korea and, like, nobody said nothing. He just came back like it was cool. Like, Kanye's in China fucking doing like weird semi-satanic, I won't say they are because I really like Kanye, but they semi-satanic ass ritual ass concerts and shit over there. He was just in Korea. Like, this motherfucker literally is doing a Axis Powers world tour right now. And nobody's saying anything about that. We worried about Diddy and Lou, but Kanye over here making relations with China. You know, he just said MAGA a couple of years ago. And if y'all think of any rapper that's actually probably going to use his brain to get anywhere in politics, it's Kanye.
No.
I don't know why people sleep on Kanye. I hate that. I really, really hate that people sleep on Kanye because the nigga is a genius. Like, high key. The motherfucker's super autistic or something.
Yeah, he knows shit.
He knows his shit, bro.
Shit. He knows a lot of shit.
He knows a lot of shit. He knows too much shit, in my opinion.
Yeah.
He probably ain't gonna be on no Diddy. I love how when the Diddy shit popped up, he was never connected to it. Go ahead, Chris. I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying I'm a huge fan of Kanye's music, right? I bought all his shit. You know, I know most of his shit word for word, but the dude is a flaming narcissist, for lack of a better term. I hate using that word, but he's so full of himself, and he is right about certain things, but he's so full of himself, and I don't take him. I can't take him serious when he says certain things, because if everything was going his way, would he really be talking like this? No, he would go back to being quiet. He was just butthurt when he put on that hat and all his friends looked at him sideways. Then he starts going on all these rants about this, and that. You could have removed yourself anytime. And as I said about Kanye, even here on this program, Kanye look up to too many goofy ass, nasty ass white folk for me. You told me I want to be like Disney. I want to be like this one. I want to be like this. They all either murderers, pedophiles, nasty motherfuckers. And that's all he ever looks up to.
It's just a convenience play. It's just a convenience play.
I've never heard Kanye say like, damn, you know what? I look up to this respectable gentleman. And, you know, unfortunately for Kanye's pops, it's like, I'm sure his father's sitting there like, God damn, look at this dude. You know what I mean? Because he has a lot of bitch tendencies. And obviously that comes from, you know, whatever it comes from. So it's just, he's an idiot.
I read between that, Chris. I picked up what you put down. I'll say it as a female on the show. It comes from getting raised by your mama and your mama alone. And it comes from getting raised by a strong black woman that has a fucking education. It sucks. My mama was one of them. They don't need no nigga. And if they do keep a nigga, the nigga a bitch made boy.
Correct. And that doesn't apply to everybody.
Everyone, but it's a stereotype.
But you can see the behavior in people like Kanye that you could just tell like he needed more testosterone around and less estrogen, because he carries himself like a frantic woman. As soon as things don't go his way, then everybody hates him, this and that. You went on TV talking about Jewish people while you were in business with a bunch of Jewish people. What did you think was going to happen? You're supposed to be smart, and that was the dumbest thing you could have done. You should have made sure your business was secured before you start going on a rant about these Jewish people who control your business. Now you want to be mad at...
Why is he walking around? Yeah.
And he wasn't wrong. And he wasn't wrong in some of the things he was saying. It was just stupid to think that you're going to insult this particular group of people while they control your money.
Yeah.
It speaks to an emotional person who's putting their raw emotions over intellect. It was a stupid move.
Now, I do agree with Chris. I'm going to agree with Chris. Chris, I'm going to agree with you 70-30 on that. Just with, I'm agree with it 100% at the time that he did it. He fucked up. Now, let's fast forward to 2 days ago with this fucking concert. China shut down their entire country. Every Adidas store in their country it's still shut down until he leaves. They have lost more revenue in the 4 or 5 days he's been there than that fucking day he lost. The motherfucker, I don't know if he knew this chess move. 10 steps ahead. I didn't see it. But the way that China is rallying behind this man for having a concert is insane. Every taxi is playing his music. Like, it's wild shit.
They're in China, they're treating Kanye like how we did in like
when Queen Elizabeth came.
or 2008. Like, it's wild out there. Marcus, if you see it, like, he really do have a lot of support out there. It's nuts.
Oh, I know.
But
I know.
Yeah, it's crazy. But again, like, I think sometimes we put a little too much stock in the puppets instead of looking at the puppet masters.
Yes.
Well, this is one of the biggest things that I talk about on this show. Paying attention to the puppet masters. And a lot of people don't pay attention to this.
Theatrics, bro.
Well,
that's the biggest thing.
Well, and I know a lot of people out there aren't people of faith. That's fine and dandy. You don't have to be. But one thing I always say is, if the people who run things have a belief system, you need to understand what they believe, because they are working towards objectives. You don't have to agree with it, but you need to know what they believe in. Like, for instance,
correct.
If I believe everybody in the world needs to have a Tickle Me Elmo, and my goal is to get a Tickle Me Elmo into everybody's household, then you need to know that that's what I'm trying to do. Now, take out Tickle Me Elmo and put in whatever you believe the powers that be are trying to do. Because anybody who thinks it's just about money, it's not about money at that level.
No,
they already got the money.
Bro.
They have a good, exactly. It's about control. They already have a decent amount, but they're trying to get more, and they're trying to use it for something specific, because there's a goal that has not been checked off yet.
Remember.
And I'm being loose with it. I'm hoping that some of y'all understanding, knowing who I am, what I'm trying to tell y'all.
Did y'all ever notice how in the 90s, remember, like in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, every household, even black households, had a Bible, a dictionary, and or an encyclopedia.
Start talking.
The whole sets. Remember that?
Don't make me start debating.
Okay, when the fuck did we stop getting that fucking Bible, that dictionary, and or encyclopedia set? My grandmama.
When the alphabet crew started becoming more popular and they had more say so. That would be the crew who would be most against anything religious. And again, you don't have to be religious, but they would be the ones most offended by anything that's in that book. Why? Because it goes against their lifestyle. I'm not saying that. Look, my personal views aside, I'm just saying that particular group would be the ones most opposed to any kind of religious education.
So check me out.
See, I'm far away from that rainbow shit, from that alphabet lifestyle.
So
and I'm opposed to that religious shit on racial reasons. Who brought us this Abrahamic religions? Who brought us this Judaic texts?
Black people
and brown people accept. And it was brought via European torture and threats of death. Fuck that shit. I don't
remember that predates European control.
Exactly. Because the
European. Sorry, Marcus.
No. I think we're about to kind of say the same thing. See, Weezy, you're being frustrated at the tool instead of how the tool is being used. Just like we just had Case on earlier interviewing him, and he's like, a hammer can be used to build things, and a hammer can use to kill somebody. And that's the thing. Yeah. If you look at the what was that? The Book of Eli. Eli, he was trying to just keep this faith. He wasn't about trying to do nothing to nobody. He wasn't even trying to spread it. But what was Gary Oldman's character trying to do? He was trying to take the book so he can use it for control. And that's the thing. It's about how these things are used. It's not about the thing itself. And that's the problem.
But what about the things contained in that book?
You got to remember.
Where it tells you to fucking genocide everything in sight, including the goats, women, and children, except the little girls. How do you explain?
It doesn't say
that kind of shit.
Actually,
you want me to show it to you?
Show me where it says except the little girls.
Hell yeah,
because I can tell you I've read the Bible multiple times and it does not say,
I have too, my brother.
It don't say except the little girls.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
In fact,
you calling me a liar, brother.
No. I'm saying you're incorrect. In fact, King Saul got in trouble because they're like, well, what is those bleeding of goats? And what is these ones who women and all that? They weren't supposed to leave nothing alive. Zero, zilch.
I'm pulling it up right now, my brother.
Pull it up because it don't say that in there. It says everything is supposed to go.
Nope.
It don't say.
Okay.
I'm in my teens this year, so I'm
here we go. Numbers 31, 17, 18. Now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman who has known a man by sleeping with him. But all the young girls who have not known a man by sleeping with him, keep alive for yourselves.
What translation are you reading?
Dude, it doesn't matter.
No, because I've never read that. I've never read that.
Numbers 31, 17, 18. In whatever translation you want. It's going to be the same shit.
You said 31 and what?
31, Numbers 31, 17, 18.
17 and 18. Bet.
That is straight up Jeff Epstein shit. And there is no way to justify that shit. The way I heard people justify it is like, oh, those people were aliens. Get the fuck out of here.
Aliens? Who said anything about aliens?
Yeah, this is how ridiculous this passage is that I just read to you. So it doesn't matter how you translate it. Choose whatever translation and
what are the preceding? But here's the thing. What are the preceding?
If it's talking about preceding, kill everything except little girls. Come on, man.
Because little girls were not combatants.
Really?
You see, it said, but if you go to Numbers 31:2 and you read before that, it says, "Avenge the children of Israel of the Midianites. Afterwards shalt thou be gathered."
So why kill the little boys?
And Moses spoke
why kill the little boys?
Because they are soldiers. They would be used as soldiers.
Come on, bro.
No.
Let's use common sense. Are you really gonna kill little boys over shit like this?
Do you think in those days that they said, well, this age of group people, you're not going to fight?
We ain't no different.
Well,
you think that they had a military age limit back then?
They don't now.
What I'm telling you is morality. We as you and me, we are not smarter or better than people from the past. We know what's right and wrong. And to kill fucking little boys over fucking wars, it's fucking horseshit. This is what's going on in Gaza. The justification that you're giving right now is the same fucking shit Israelis are giving for the fucking bombardment of women and children in Gaza. It's the same fucking shit. The Jews are quoting this Bible passage to justify the fucking bullshit.
It's not the same thing.
It's the same shit, bro.
For one, it is not one military sitting up there with airplanes and tanks bombing an unequal army.
But we're talking thousands of years apart. But you know I'm right. You're just doing mental gymnastics right now.
But
this is why
I disagree with you because there's a context and there's a reason for everything. That's what I believe.
But wait,
boys,
can I just throw out the fact that they were chucking babies off of fucking mountains at this time if they had
exactly? It's like throwing out the justification to why
I would have gotten chucked off a mountain because I was born with 2 extra pinkies. I'm polydactyl.
Does that make it right? Did that make it right?
No, but it makes it true that happened at that time when they were writing that fucking story. Yeah. So if the boys gotta die, the boys have to die. I'm sorry. Alvin Drago that shit. You're not gonna come back and avenge me on some Kill Bill shit. I don't give a fuck who you are. If I slaughter your fucking, if I killed your mother and your father in front of your face, and you are a boy, you're gonna grow up with a vengeance that you're gonna look for me.
And you will come back and you will attack me later.
And I'm not letting that slide. I'm going home. I'm gonna tell you that I live by that creed to this day.
I'm not sitting there trying to wait for another 10 years for you to come back and come get me.
No, you're not coming back to come get me.
If boys gotta go. Young boy is growing up in this shit, you can rehab that kid. This is what white people do.
You cannot rehab that.
And say, oh, this kid is growing up in the ghetto. He's got no motherfucking future. I refuse to believe that shit.
That's not a kid growing up in the ghetto. That's
a different
somebody's
area.
family right in their face.
Bullshit.
That's you killed somebody's family right in their face. They're not just
Jewish
going to
fucking traditions that Christians have adopted. Fuck that shit.
Wheezy, calm down.
It's all from the conquerors.
Calm down. You're getting really emotional.
Because you guys are justifying shit done to little kids.
No, didn't justify it. We're
and
just
whether people,
it.
But
We're
here's the thing: whether people justify it or not, you still gotta. You getting angry about it will not change anybody justifying anything. Even if you disagree with something, you being angry and getting all up in arms is not going to change beliefs all of a sudden by getting more angry about it.
No kids should be harmed, whether by religious pretext, where you have this Judaic law where they circumcise kids by sucking the baby penis. Rabbis do this shit.
I know they do. That's a Talmudic law.
I ain't making this shit up.
I know it's called a Mezisa Perfect. I know that's
you're combining. You're a Christian. You're
combining things.
Nonsense.
You're jumbling things that don't go together, though, to make your point. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying.
I disagree.
Weezy, calm down. You're being a little emotional. Weezy, calm down. You're being a little emo right now. Just relax, right? Calm down.
I'm going Chris Lawson on that.
Yeah. The passage that you quoted was basically about, they did us foul. We gonna ride on them niggas and we killing everybody.
Yeah,
that's what that passage is about.
The Talmud is not the Torah. Exactly.
The passage isn't about, hey, we're in control, let's just slaughter everybody. It's not that. Marcus believes far more than I do, but we owe it to ourselves and to everybody and to each other to provide a little bit of nuance and understanding instead of just using a broad brush to just take down everything. You know what I mean?
100%.
And again, and I understand 100%. That, people use religion for their own narrow wants and desires, but that doesn't necessarily.
You have to read through the lines and see it and not make mental gymnastics to excuse the nonsense at the same time of what you're saying.
But the problem is, what a lot of people don't get is that book is not for everyone. It is telling you the story.
It's not. It wasn't for everybody. It was specifically for one tribe of people, a group of people. It wasn't something that was supposed to be practiced and preached throughout the whole entire world.
So, are you guys Jehovah's Witnesses?
No, I'm not Jehovah's
Witness.
Only
144,000 people can be saved.
No, that's not what I believe. You're never.
That's
going
what it sounds like.
No, not at all. But the book is about bloodlines and prophecy. And they are telling you about prophecy, and they're telling you about the bloodlines, who's connected to who, how they went.
Sounds like NWO shit right there. Bloodlines and prophecy.
But that's what it is. Most people who don't take the book serious, they say things like you're saying, no offense, is because they just really don't understand.
I read the Bible, bro. I was reading it, invested in this.
Reading the words and understanding the intent are two different things, right? Mm-hmm. It's totally different. Understanding what the author is trying to convey versus what the words just say there. And again, you mentioned that one specific passage, but I'm just saying, did you read the passage?
You want more? You want more?
Read the passage prior to that one.
Bro.
Hold on.
I got a shit ton of passages.
If you're in Numbers 31, 7 and 8, tell me what 6 say. Tell me what 5 says. Tell me what 4 says. Tell me what 3 says. Start from Numbers 1 in that section.
I mean,
that sounds like you know what you're doing right now.
I'm not saying I believe it.
If I debate someone on the moon landings, if I debate someone on the moon landings and I told them I don't believe the moon landings happened because of this and that, and be like, well, tell me the temperature of what it was on Florida on the night of 1963. That's a
false equivalent, completely false equivalent.
Same shit.
No, it's not, because whatever the temperature was then has nothing to do with whether we land on the moon or not.
So
let me finish.
Why is it okay to
let me finish
except the little girls?
Three lines before that, that's like I had a speech and you ignoring what I said before a certain part of my speech and only paying attention to this last part without like there's no context. That's what I'm saying. That's
different. To kill everyone except little girls? That's a basic question. When is it okay?
Were you living in that time period?
No, I was not.
So how do you know? How do you know what the proper context was to any of that?
Because killing innocent people is always wrong.
How do you know that they're innocent?
Boy, if you're killing a little boy because you think
how do you know that
they're
they're
gonna do harm 20 years from now, that is fucking wrong. This is where you and I are vehemently disagreeing.
Let me ask you this. If Hezbollah or Hamas was to obtain a bunch of modern weapons and they went and killed a bunch of young Israeli boys, would you be saying, damn, y'all fucked up? Or would you be like, yeah, get them, that's revenge? Which one?
No, the little boys are innocent.
Okay.
Well, just like in the context of the book of Numbers, the little boys are fucking innocent. This is my point. Why should they be slaughtered? There's no reason to slaughter little boys at all. There is no good reason any of you guys can give me.
Do you know that the little boys were not part of the military? Do you know that?
I don't know that.
You don't know that, so how can you make that claim?
You can't kill little boys, man. This is wrong. This is a morality.
If they are part of, if they were part of the military, then what do? You
don't kill them. You rehab them.
Okay, tell me this.
See, you're having a hard time.
No. I'm trying to.
You know I'm right.
If your kid, I don't know if you have kids or not, but if
I do have kids.
But
and I will not kill my little kids.
Listen, I'm not telling you to kill your kids. That doesn't even make any sense. If I killed your kid, do you think there's any reality where your kids would forgive me for that?
They could. Kids
but what's more likely? More likely they're never going to forgive me, and they're going to have hatred. And more than likely, if it's not a society like this, they're going to want revenge.
You know what you just gave me right now? What? That's exactly the justification that the Israelis use when they kill little boys in Gaza. Yes, they're going to grow up to be terrorists and unleash these fucking attacks on us. So what you are doing is exactly what the fucking Jews are doing today.
Well, I feel like they're wrong in the first place for even starting it. So if
but
they're already
boys,
know what I'm saying.
You must be on their side, right?
You just throw context completely out the window, everything, don't you?
Same shit. It's not context. It's the same shit.
It is context, because the Israelis going into another person's land and attacking them in the first place. The Israelis are wrong 15 times over. They're wrong in every single way. The Israelis are going after any of this. They're wrong. They're wrong to go in and start stealing more of their land. They were wrong to start jailing them. They're wrong to start attacking them at all, whether they're even adults of military age. They were wrong to do any of that stuff.
So therefore, are you abortion?
Therefore, by them going after all of those things, of course they're going to incur rage and revenge, because in every single way they were going after them unfairly and wrongly. It's one thing if they got killed in war and this was a legitimate war, but that's not the same thing.
It is the same thing, because you're killing boys. And if you claim to be anti-abortion and pro-life and you're justifying the killing of little boys, you are a fucking hypocrite. And I ain't trying to insult anyone, but that's the
whoever said which way I was on either one. I've never said which way I was on either one of those positions.
Killing little boys is never morally right, in my opinion. And so if you disagree with me, then we disagree. But I don't view that. You can't justify that shit.
All right.
No
hard feelings. I fucking love you, Marcus. I love you, Chris. I love you, Voodoo.
I know it's all love, and it's always gonna be all love. And I've already told you we will definitely have our debates when it comes to faith issues. I feel like you can pick and choose anything in any faith, any kind of faith, or any kind of doctrine, or any kind of movement, and attack that one thing. That's very easy to do.
There's plenty in the Abrahamic religions. That's why I don't believe anymore.
I'm saying throw Abrahamic out of the window for right now. Not even talking about Abrahamic. You can go down. What about those African tribes that believe in female genitation mutilation? Yeah. What about some of those
the Aztecs sacrificing human people?
That's what I'm saying. You can go. You don't have to always hammer Abrahamic. If that's your case, you could just say all religion. But then even if you go after all, even if you're not talking religion and you talk about philosophies on just how to deal with people, everything is going to find some point where you can hammer on this one issue.
I agree with that.
Now, and now what I'm saying is
subscribe to any of that
studying ancient history, a lot of militaries used all of their male population. There was no cutoff at a certain age. They use them all. They even down to like a 6-year-old is out there, part of the military, and they are trained to kill. Also,
is that morally right though?
But in those time things, but you're thinking. But what I'm saying is, you're going from a time. You're thinking from a now moralism, whatever. Different cultures do things differently. Other cultures believe, okay, if this person they're not tall enough, kill them. Period. If you're raised in that, and especially if you start off with a certain belief at an early enough age, it is hard to take that viewpoint and that doctrine away from a person. And slaughtering their family is not going to be the start to making them reform from those different belief systems. Lucy brought up child soldiers throughout Africa. There are child soldiers. Many of them
morally right.
It's not about more.
It is about morality, because what you're saying right now.
I'm talking about reality. All of reality is not moral.
Exactly.
And so you have to deal with this
context.
You got to deal with
completely immoral.
But what I'm saying is, regardless of moral or immoral or any of that stuff, honestly, morality is something is left for civil societies to have a luxury of. All the other societies, if you're going against a society who's like, no, we kill everything, everybody, and that's the way that group moves, then that's your only option to react in that same direction. And we're not talking about a modern society where there's all these different rules. Back then, you have different cultures and you had different belief systems. You had different ways they handle everything.
I disagree with you, because if we go back 150 years, when Black folks was being held as cattle, not even on the human level, and they were viewed. This was only 150 years ago. Mm-hmm. You're gonna tell me that the mindsets of people from 150 years ago is 1,000, 1,000,000 times different from the mindset of today? You bet your ass there was people back then that knew what they were doing was fucking wrong, and they still fucking did it. And so I'm applying that same fucking mindset to these Bronze Age fucking times. And there definitely had to be people that knew what they were doing was wrong by slaughtering little fucking boys that had nothing to do with this fucking shit. This is my fucking point.
I agree. I hear your point, and I hear it. I'm taking all that noted. But what I'm saying is, different societies ran however they wanted. They did whatever they wanted. It's a different society. And if you have been raised, just like what I take into counter, I take in with Zionists, especially those hardcore militant ones in Israel. They have been raised and I feel like brainwashed with a certain way of thinking. I don't think there's going to be something that all of a sudden you're going to be able to change some of these hardcore Zionists. You're not going to be able to, in my opinion, because some of them are just too far gone. Can you change the 1 in 100? Yes. But most of the time, they're going down this direction, and that's it. There's no turning them back.
I agree with that to a fair amount of an extent.
Good example. Was Nat Turner wrong? He came and killed people in their bed who weren't doing anything to him. Some of the people he killed might have just been somebody who they just was a family member of the plantation owner. What about it? What about the Haitian Revolution? When they went through and they start slaughtering all the slave plantation owners? Hello. Would you say Dessalines was wrong?
think Miss Voodoo wants to.
No, I got smoke. I got smoke
because
I'm from VA. I'm from VA, so let's not even bring that or Haiti into anything.
Oh no,
I'm with the shit
Haiti is front center.
Hey, and I don't want people to get this twisted. Like me yelling.
No,
like,
this is all respect. Everybody relax.
Marcus
We're not
knows.
pissed off at each other.
No,
me and Weezy talk on the phone like sometimes throughout the week, and we have some of these discussions back and forth. So this is normal. I just want
to clarify for anyone listening, like it's not me having any personal animosity or any of that shit. This is just me. I get fucking emotional. I get crazy. I stand by my beliefs. Marcus stands by his beliefs. And we respect each other, man. That's
well, you got 4 alpha personalities. You're gonna have some raised voices.
Let's go.
I wanted to clarify for people listening, like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah, it's all love, y'all. But honestly, this is the only way we get to have these nuanced takes and understandings by having these conversations. But sorry, go ahead, Teal.
Okay, so first off, quick history lesson. Nat Turner got a message from God. God told him, kill all these crackers. He was like, for real? The guy was like, yeah. So what did he do? Him and his homies was like, hey, secret, we finna kill these crackers. And if any nigga was like, but I don't, we killed that nigga too. Cool. Unfortunately, somebody got out, probably. But anyway, halfway through the slaughter, whatever, crackers got turned up to it. They ended up coming back, figuring out it was Nat. Niggas got to snitching. Niggas died. What they did to Nat was unimaginable, so barbaric, which in then turn would definitely have me standing on, just to double back in and segue back to what our original thing was. I would have killed their kids too, because this is something that they taught their children. Because what you're not thinking about is that these lynchings, they bring in kids. These are pick-a-nigga picnics. That's where the word picnic comes from. They picked the nigga to hang, and they sat and had fucking lunch with they fucking jigaboo babies and stuff. The little snow roaches is out here with them. You feel me? They're bringing kids to lynchings. They're bringing kids to guillotines in the French Revolution. Let's go ahead and bring all this shit around. Okay? So, they are doing this to slave children as well. Slave kids got beat. Slave kids got branded. That shit did not give a fuck. Torture and trauma did not have an age bracket. We just recently developed that. We started having these feelings. We just recently started giving a fuck about people's feelings and saying, maybe that might fuck them up. That just recently started. Gentle parenting started in 2010. And it wasn't even cool back then. Because we was making jokes about it. You see Sarah over there talking to fucking the next serial killer, talking about all right, Billy, let's not do that. Those were jokes. And now we got to take this shit seriously. You can't even say retard. And I like that word. Sorry. But long story short, Nat Turner came in, the Haitian Revolution, niggas, there's only a certain amount of niggas that can give off that type of alpha breed to the next generation. Because just like we talked about, segueing back to how Chris was saying about how you get raised by a specific type of caliber of woman, you turn out to be a specific type of caliber of man. That shit is through trauma. And all these kids in Gaza, if they leave them kids alive, they leave them Palestine kids alive, they coming back and they gonna breed more kids with that same hate, and they gonna breed another generation same, and those 3 generational armies are gonna wipe them niggas the fuck out. Hopefully. I don't know. I hopefully they ain't gonna be here for that. I don't know. But nevertheless, that type of shit. Think about the kids from Hiroshima.
Oh yeah. I was with people in the military who still get smoked. I mean, you get 60, 70-year-old people still like, why did y'all bomb us? You're like, I don't have 19, one yet, like I don't know.
Help me get. I don't have one yet, but yes.
I don't know. We might just steal her and keep her on here.
But yes, Marcus, because like that's the shit that I'm talking about. You got to think of it on a vast spectrum. Yeah, this one particular story, this one group of kids that got fucked up. Got it. That was one that somebody wrote down in the Bible. In the back, he was like, "Yeah, that shit was fucked up, nigga. This a newscaster. This is CNN's fucking teleprompter." In old Shakespearean English, that's what the Bible low-key was. At least that's how I grew up thinking of it. It's somebody was in the cut saying, yeah, I just seen this last Tuesday. You feel me? But think of it on a mass spectrum. I just told you, Romans used to chuck niggas off fucking mountains. Every pocket of time has their own fucked up version. Right now, we blowing them up with fucking pagers. How many kids got killed? What, 3? 3 out of the 12 that got killed the first day? 3 kids. Nigga was probably clapping pigeons, making plays so he could get some bread for his auntie. Okay, he didn't even need that pager. Big homie gave him that pager to hold. And that little kid blowing the fuck up, trying to make some bread. And we could bring that all the way back to New York in the 90s. Had the fucking CIA been able to get the pagers of the plugs in the 90s, all them niggas that would have got blown up, that would have been crazy. The walkie-talkies really got me too. But that would have been crazy. Just think, the government don't give a fuck about no age bracket unless it's time for you to sign up for them.
Yep.
What you just said, I don't disagree with at all. The question that I keep bringing up is it moral?
There are no morals.
That's the only thing I keep going back to.
Yes, I'll answer it. Yes, it is moral. Yes, it is.
To kill little kids.
When you frame it just like, oh, there's kids in the daycare over here. Should I go shoot up the daycare and blow them up? We're not talking about that. We have to keep things in the proper
talking about
context.
little kids getting targeted and killed, except the little young virgin girls.
Wheezy.
That's what the initial point of this conversation was.
But we need to move on from this conversation because honestly, you took that quote and you just you took that quote and you just ran with it and you conflated.
Everyone runs away
Wheezy,
from that
Wheezy,
quote.
relax, Wheezy. You got to stop talking sometimes.
What was his name? What was his name?
Let somebody finish and then you can get in there.
Let me show me on the doll where he touched you.
Let me just say this, right? In that,
I'll just fucking with you.
But I'm saying you took that quote and then you conflated a whole bunch of different things on there, and then at the end you're like, "Is it moral to kill kids?" No, it is. If the kids are by themselves there, of course not. War is ugly, and war brings about the nastiest things.
That's what the Jews say.
And kids
in Gaza.
But this ain't war. This is different. This ain't war.
You seem to be stuck on what the Zionists are doing in Gaza. This happens in Africa. This happens in the West. This happens in South America. This happens in America.
The question always comes back: is it morally right?
The United Weezy, you got to let people talk, bro.
Don't get upset.
This happens in every single. This happens in every single conflict from the beginning of time. It's not a matter of morality. It's a matter of I'm winning and I'm wiping everybody off the map and we moving on, or we're going to leave these kids to come back and fight us and be a problem. And if we don't kill them as kids, we're going to kill them as adults. You can say that is the Zionist mindset. That is the mindset of human beings. This mindset existed long before Zionist was even a thing. So you're being one single track minded on the fact that this is what the Zionists are using to conduct their operations in Gaza right now. But they not the last, they not the first. This is how it is. And if you think that you're gonna conquer somebody else and leave all their male children alive after watching them see their family slaughtered, if I slaughter your whole family and you 13 years old, what are you gonna spend the next waking hours of your life doing? You're gonna spend that time trying to get back at the people who made you an orphan. It's just common sense. It's just a matter of war. It's not a matter of morality at this point. It ain't got shit to do with morality. We either gonna win or we not. It's simple as that. Because again, if Hamas turns around and they start blowing up, you're not gonna have the same thing you're not gonna be saying Palestinians, you shouldn't kill these Jewish kids. You're not gonna say that. You're gonna be like, yeah, that's payback, bitch. That's what you get. That's what it's gonna be. You're not going to sit up here and be like, God damn it, Hamas and Hezbollah, they're killing all these kids. They got to stop. You're not going to say that. And I can already tell based on your topics and coverage, you're not going to complain.
Can I ask a question?
People don't like the Zionists, and I get it. Nobody does. But we have to be realistic.
Wheezy.
Yeah.
Okay, so morality. So when it comes to morality with you, right, Reezy? Okay, so check me out. So obviously that's just a human trait, right? Do you feel that that's what separates us from our animalistic and our barbaric nature?
I believe so, because I believe we are all animals. Mm-hmm. Religious people will say, no, we are completely different. I believe we are all animals, but I think what sets us apart is our quote unquote intelligence and our morality, being able to distinguish what is dutifully wrong universally.
Right.
I'm not talking about regionally or religiously, based on whatever area you in. There's universal fucking truths.
Now
there's
that's
very
true.
few of them.
Let's get into a couple of them. So now you said morality and intelligence is what separates us from our animalistic, Darwinistic characteristics. Because I will say, on an animalistic thing, when a lion takes over another pride, he kills all of the male children. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's animalistic. Now let's go back to our morality and our intelligence.
Can I just toss this in there too? Sharks, when they're pregnant, the strongest one eats all the other sharks in the belly.
There we go. Survival of the fittest. It's natural selection. Now let's continue to go. Now we are separated by morality and intelligence based off of what Weezy is talking about. But we also have to understand that when it comes to us as humans, we understand that not everyone wins, right? If we don't have losers, we can't differentiate winners from losers, which means that not everyone will have morality. We have to understand the concept of duality, which is a balance, the yin and the yang. So even though you, Weezy, can stand on your soapbox and say morally, that is wrong. We should not ethnically cleanse them based off of their gender. Yes, I hear what you're saying. But morality for me is I need my next 3 or 6, 18 fucking generations to live. And if that means that I got to cut your generation off at 10, it sucks to have to get cut off at 10. It sucks to suck. There's winners and there's losers. There's moral people. It sucks to suck. It sucks to suck. You're that one that got picked on the duality side. You did not pick the right chip. When God gave you your Job chip, you lost.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, when God decided to sit up top. Wait, check me out, because at the same breath, I'm gonna tell you this: when God and the devil sat up top and looked over Job's life and he wiped out his kids, are we gonna talk about Job's kids too? Can we talk about Lot? Can we talk about Lot's wife? Let's really talk about how many motherfuckers got wiped out. Kids got wiped out in Sodom and Gomorrah for what their parents was doing.
What about Onan? He got killed for swimming inside his sister-in-law.
So if we're going to talk about morality in any way, we got to talk about morality. God runs off of God. There is no morals. He is trying to make it clean as possible. God don't fuck with morals. He be killing kids too.
Yeah.
All right then. Okay, so we better than him?
Hell yeah. I feel I am. Hell yeah. I'll say that all fucking day. I won't kill kids, but God will.
Sure will.
Well, but
and it sounds like you guys are cool with that shit.
Well, this is here. Can I just say this? I'm gonna say this last part. This is about belief. This ain't about what I believe, what I feel. Because if I believe that there is a higher power who can destroy me at a moment's notice whenever he decides, who give a fuck about what the hell I think? Now, if you don't believe there's a God, that's one thing. But I do believe there's one. So it don't matter what the hell I think, because that God has dominion, and my beliefs has dominion over all. He can control all. So what I feel about what he decides to do does not matter. And it's just like presidents. A president don't give a damn about what we want. They do it any damn way. And that's the cost of being the boss. When you are at the top, you make the rules, and everybody else get in line, lay down, and do what they're supposed to.
You say get down or lay down.
Sucks to suck.
So
exactly. That's how I see it, anyways.
And I hear you out, because I used to believe the same shit. This is what makes me someone that doesn't believe in religion and doesn't believe in the state, because I don't feel either of them should be telling me what the fuck is morally right or morally wrong. This is where I stand. I know it's a belief that is in the fucking minimum. I already know that shit, because the religious people is going to ostracize me because I don't believe in their bullshit. The status people is going to ostracize me because I don't want to fucking line up for the fucking jabs and do their 6 feet distancing. I ain't going to subscribe to any of that fucking shit. And so I'm fine with being on my own little island, because I'm going to stick with my fucking values, my morals, and I ain't going to be cool with killing little kids. I ain't going to be cool with
God damn it, Weezy.
injecting little fucking experimental gene therapy drugs. I ain't cool with any of that shit. So I don't give a fuck. If I'm in my own little island, then so be it.
Weezy, I came up with this analogy a couple of weeks ago, and I told my friends this. I had to write it down. All right, you ready? Everybody will come to the dock with you, and they'll come and they'll see that cruise ship you about to get on, but they will not support you, and they will not come with you if they can't see the island beyond the ship. Okay?
That's deep.
So remember that. Now, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm a devil's advocate type of person. No, it's not cool to kill kids. I think it's no.
Devil advocate for me right now,
but
that's what I'm saying. He just jumped in there without. And then when you ask,
right now it's 3-on-1. Devil advocate.
We had to give it. We had to make it good for the TV, man. You had to give it good. You talk.
Oh yeah, this is must see TV right here.
But yeah, like always. But always remember that. You know what I'm saying? Don't be so mad when they come to the dock, but they don't get on the boat.
I ain't mad. See,
and I always believe there's no atheists in foxholes too.
See,
once them bullets start wheezing, God, please, Muhammad, God, Jesus, God, Buddha, God, somebody,
goddamn it, please pick up the phone. I'm on the main line.
That's a myth, because if I was in a foxhole and shit was going like, fuck, I'm done.
It's the atheists who made that up.
See, Yonina Yisrael says, okay, Weezy, so if your child goes zombie, what are you doing? I'm gonna kill that motherfucker.
There we go. You got him, Yonina.
He's a zombie at that point. He ain't
already got, right? He's already dead.
He's already dead.
Technicalities. Weezy on technicalities.
There ain't no technicalities. Come on now.
Yes, exactly, Nihilo.
I do have a question since we brought up zombies. Is Jesus a zombie?
Let's see.
Sorry.
I was raised by a dogmatic atheist, and I'm way more religious after feeling. See, I'm the opposite of that. I was raised ultra-conservative Christianism. And now I'm like, fuck that shit. I don't want no part of that.
So now we see what it is. This is trauma coming through.
You know what? My mom died.
We're gonna charge you for this next time.
My mom passed away in January.
Oh man, sorry for your loss, baby. I just lost my mother as well. I'm sorry.
Hell yeah, man. I think about her every fucking day. I miss her every day. But one thing she would always tell me, and I wouldn't fight with her. That's my mom, man. I fucking loved her to death. I was her
caretaker.
What do you call it? Her firstborn son. You know what I mean? Like her favorite son. Even my siblings would say your mom's favorite. But one of the things she would accuse me of, which was dead wrong, was that I was mad at God. She would accuse me.
I could see some of that.
That's what she would accuse me. And I would tell her, my response was, how the fuck can you be mad at something you don't believe in? I don't believe in Santa Claus. Does that mean I'm fucking mad at Santa Claus? Come on, man.
Yeah, because you ain't get
I'm gonna call him. I'm gonna call him because we got a problem. See? You don't believe in my boy Mr. Claus? We got a problem.
Which one? The one that be bringing?
I was partying him with last week after he climbed through a couple people's houses.
Wait, which one? Are we talking about the one that keeps magic shrooms in his pocket and come down the chimney?
See,
how do you think he keeps everybody asleep when he gets in there?
Weezy wanted to say the Genesis, and they brought him like a pajama set, so he tight with Santa.
Damn.
Let me rephrase that. It was 3-on-1.
They brought him a 64-bit.
I'm gonna rephrase. It was 3 versus 1. I'm gonna rephrase to whatever your audience is right now versus 1, because everyone's talking shit about my fucking stance. That's why I'm gonna post this bitch on my Spotify. I'm gonna make my own poll, and my motherfuckers is gonna agree with my point of view.
He gonna say, listen to them gang up on me.
But put it this way, for the leftist audience, independent, we're the minorities.
Big time. That's why nobody fuck with us. They fuck with Marvel.
Hey, we are the minorities.
Limited.
We are the minorities now. Let's fucking take it an extra level further, and I'm in the minorities of the minorities, because as you can see here, no one fucking agrees with me.
Everybody
give a
does.
shit. And to be honest
She
with
got
you,
you on their side.
Hold up. And to be honest with you,
Mm-hmm.
like I got thick ass skin. I don't give a fuck what anyone thinks about me. I can only be me. I can only have my own views. And if someone can show me verifiably that I'm wrong, I'm willing to change my views. But if everyone's just gonna be anecdotes or little fucking personal stories, I need more than that shit. You know what I'm saying? So
Honestly though, but what you're not doing anything wrong though, because even in the scripture he says he rather you be hot or cold. And so he rather you either fully believe or not believe,
you out,
or he gonna spit you out. He don't want no half stepping.
He's gonna, if he's real, he spit my ass out a long time ago, and I'm good with that.
No,
and some people was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe he said that." Yeah, I fucking said that.
No, most of the crowd is not religious either.
No,
Marcus
most
is
of the
probably the most
religious
person in this entire chat watching this video.
I'm probably the most religious person, so-called on the left and independent media.
Yeah. Nah, man.
A lot of people don't know that, but I probably am the most.
And to be honest with you, I love it. This is my bread and butter. I love this shit. Like, I enjoy it. I didn't feel bad about any of, of this, and that's why I made that caveat. A few minutes ago, I was like, I hope people don't take, me getting emotional and shit like that, like as negative or that I was pissed off at Marcus
Chris, and I got to an argument.
And even Chris telling me to shut the fuck
ago.
up, and I listened. I listened like a good boy.
No, we had a knockdown drag out like not that long ago.
Me and Marcus was arguing like big time 3 weeks ago, going crazy.
And I was on your side, and now me and you was beefing. What the fuck?
That's the good thing about it. Next time it's gonna be Teal mad at both of us.
Look, as long as we ain't talking about pets getting yoked up by Haitians, I think I'm gonna be pretty fucking cool.
Then that means I need to show a video about it later on.
Look, she said leave the Haitians alone, or she gonna have a problem.
Bro, I am a fucking team Haiti all day, every day. I can't help it. They pick on us all the time.
I contribute Catholicism to the #1 producer of atheists.
Yes, for sure.
Yes.
1,000%.
1,000%.
I contribute Catholicism for all these other sects of Christianity.
Southern Baptist
and catch this right here. And what Ladarius just saying? And Cuz didn't like going to church growing up. I didn't. He knows, man. We used to go to the same church.
I wasted my life going to church. That's how I feel like today. I could have done
we used to have to go so much, but what it is my problem was I wasn't getting answers to questions I had, and I was getting the same non-answers. And as I did more reading, certain things didn't connect. Now later on, I got connections to things that didn't make sense, and I got context. But
so why
I got context on a lot of things.
Why do some people get these connections like you're talking about? And some
because I believe that it takes deeper. Well, for one, it takes.
I went deep.
No. Hold on. It's different when you are going deep, but you already kind of have a direction you're going. It's another thing when
you're tied into the
hands are off the wheel, and you like, I'm gonna just see where this takes me. That makes it a little bit different because I was agnostic for a while. I was just like, I don't know if I believe no Bible, because I've read, I've read the Quran, I've read the Bible, I've dabbled into Buddhism, all kind of different stuff. But when I started actually going deeper into understanding, looking at the way the world is set up and the way certain things set up, it pushed me into the Bible because I was able to see all this stuff that was going on and have answers to stuff that are going on, which I still see people asking about. They have their, well, I don't want to get this and get that. Well, right here, I got an answer. Well, an answer that suffices to me. I can't tell you how you're going to process the information. But it's not a look at one thing and a quick answer. It's a lot of just researching and studying that brought me to a conclusion. It wasn't no overnight kind of thing.
So why is it different? Because I did the same exact thing that you did. I
But
prayed
but
about
but
it.
but
I
were
prayed
we?
about it. Like
But
because people have accused me of, well, you didn't really believe. You weren't really a Christian. They're assuming bullshit that is not true at all.
Well, what I'm saying,
believed.
What I'm saying, Weezy, is I believe that because of the internet age and because of things that can be changed and hidden, and all the information is out there, obtaining and finding all of the proper information is where things get difficult. And how do I know I wasn't lucky for somebody to give me uh, some information that pointed me in a direction where you might not have got that information, or you might have got something in that information that made you take a left and go a different direction? That's all I'm saying. And it's not that, oh, well, I was just so much smarter than you, Weezy, and you should. All I'm saying is it could have just been I was the one who was meant to see this certain thing. And this one thing is what made me believe. And you never got that one thing that was convincing to you. Now, I do believe in healthy skepticism. We all need to be very skeptical of everything that's going around, because I mean the Bible even tells you put your faith in no man. And in that and I know you're a very, very intelligent man. And I do value your input and your takes, especially even when you're pushing me to re-question things that I think about. But I just think that sometimes it could have been just for whatever reason, you just didn't see that particular information that was convincing enough for you.
I need a lot of shit.
I don't know. I think what we'll do is I want to talk. I want to talk about this more during the week, and then I just want to show you some of the stuff that I felt that was convincing for me. Now you might say that's nonsense. That still doesn't convince me. Or I don't know. You might say I don't know. Maybe that is a little compelling. That is interesting. But I feel like it's better for us to just have that conversation, and you ask those questions, and then we can kind of go there. And I want to have my boy shout out to Jose from Hebrew Apologetics. And man, some of those answers we can break down.
Yeah, because I mean, I did a show we had a religious debate with John Brissom. John Brissom is pretty well known. The motherfucker knows his Bible inside and out. And I feel so comfortable in my skin. I know it was brought up today that, oh, you're just using that one verse. I'm like, dude, I got 1 million of them. I got a shit ton of them. And I feel comfortable going up against anyone. I don't care if it was a pope. I'd go up against them. And it may sound arrogant, but hell yeah, man. I know what I can do. I'm comfortable.
I like that type of vibe.
I definitely go up against a pope because I feel like all Catholics get it wrong. So, I mean, I feel like all Catholics get it wrong. So,
I mean, I grew up Catholic, and I'm not trying to defend Catholicism, but there'd be no Bible. There was no Catholic Church. So it's a cascading.
That's not correct. That's not correct.
It is correct.
No, it's not. It's not.
Correct.
The original Bible was actually the first compiled Bible was put together in Carthage, which is in Africa.
Yeah.
That was well before the Catholics.
Ethiopia. That's the oldest Bible. It's from the year 300.
That's the
300
oldest,
years after the fact.
That's the oldest contained put together Bible.
Yeah.
But that's not the oldest Bible. I mean, because it's
what's the oldest Bible on record? That's the only thing that counts, because anyone can say any other bullshit.
You can tell when you read into the book of Enoch in the Ethiopian Bible, you can tell that it was written later than they're saying it is. So that's a whole nother thing.
Yeah, let's have this discussion on my show, bro. Because I haven't done it in a couple months, and I love it. This is my wheelhouse. This is my wheelhouse. And Chris,
I want to ask Voodoo.
You told me to shut the fuck up, but I still love you, bro.
I want to ask Teal. I want to ask Teal what her thoughts was on the supposed second attempt on Mr. Orange Hair Man.
Yeah, the Trump assassination.
Said suppose, Chris. You said suppose. Did you convert? Did you convert?
No, he ain't converted.
So first off, the first attempt, I don't know who wrote that script. Terrible job. I write better. I write better Simpsons scripts than that.
Yeah.
Okay. I've been predicting shit for at least the last 2 seasons. So hey, Matrix writers, I need a job, preferably work from home, and I'm pretty good on the making shit connect, okay? Because this shit, I'm getting to the point I can start writing this shit. So, boom. First off, Bad News Bears, terrible job. Boo, 0 stars. That was a terrible assassination attempt. And it's crazy because when it was like history class for me, I always talked about all the weird shit. Nat Turner, I did a project, got escorted out of my classroom. I was in 7th grade. They did not appreciate that during Black History Month. I did assassinations on JFK, how that shit was supposed to be like a fluke, and how Lee Harvey Oswald couldn't do it. Got escorted out of class for that. And then you did a synopsis on how the guy sitting behind Abraham Lincoln must have felt when he saw him get his shit blown off. I wonder who would have asked him questions. So I wrote a senior thesis about that. So when it comes to assassinations, I'm in this shit. That, I wouldn't even write a motherfucking paragraph for my daily prompt for the day for that piece of shit. That was terrible. Now the second attempt, you telling me he didn't even get a shot off? How was that an attempt?
No video footage this
time?
No
video footage.
They know that it would have been proved fake as the first one.
But this motherfucker got more connects than Brittany Griner.
Hold that thought. Because while we were kind of going, I didn't throw a shout out to our people over on Rockfin. I want to throw a shout out. What's up, Leonard Truss?
Rockfin, what's
Gregory
good?
Walker is in the building. I see Anna's over there.
Walker is
in Denver.
Any Word is over there. Hemp Car is there. Shelly is in the building.
Hey, Shelly.
What's up, Shelly? Free Thinker 59. I mean, they're coming out for us over on the Rockfin side there. Just want some love. So I want to just make sure I shout all y'all out. I hadn't hopped over and checked in a minute, but much love to everybody that's over there too.
Love. Hell yeah.
But sorry, going ahead and continue.
But yeah, you telling me you ain't got nothing on this man. We got more pieces from the submersible than we got on this motherfucker.
Yeah.
And this man more connected than Brittany Griner bringing over a vape. You got me chopped, bro. I don't give a fuck what nobody tell me. You got me chopped. How this man got connects to Ukraine? I just said Kanye doing concerts in China is weird. You telling me the dude that's attempted to shoot the presidential candidate, our spokesperson
at his golf club? At his golf club? Get the fuck out of here.
But he ain't getting no shot off.
I know, it's all bullshit, man.
We are better
off
going
was fake
to
as fuck.
O-Block.
The second one is fake as fuck.
That got better accuracy. I promise you. I can find 4 Haitian jits in Little Haiti down in Miami that got better accuracy. And they probably go for less. But that's the point I'm trying to make. So Trump either needs to get better actors or these script writers need to at least get a better background story. They writing it too fast. The second one came too quick. They should have waited a little bit. This is why I need to get hired. They needed to wait a little bit. You feel me? Let it cool down a little bit. Let a couple more twerk sessions happen on Kamala's side. You feel me? Couple more abortions right outside the rallies. Okay, did we talk about that part? Can we talk about that? Nobody wants to fucking talk about that. They had abortion clinics in vans. They were scraping babies and chucking them in trash bags out in front of the DNC. I digress. Let them do that a little bit more.
And vasectomies.
Thank you. And then give me a good old Southern Baptist tent revival, 6 days straight Trump rally. Like, I want it just on the cusp of it being like MAGA, Proud Boys, and the KKK. Okay? Like, this is the place where I'm selling Hard R Barbecue at. You get one of them back hood tobacco spitting motherfuckers to go, what's up there? Boom. He goes, Beans shoots the sniper. Dun, dun, dun. Secret Service comes out. That's how you fake a next attempt. You got to get a hero out that bitch. Not this Navy SEAL nigga that won like 8 Purple Hearts. No. We need Bubba Ray, who been fucking his cousin, breed dogs out the back of his Toyota. We need him to save Donald Trump. That's how you get the votes. Okay? Whoever wrote this last one, trash. Hire me. I got the ideas.
So Wheezy, what are your thoughts on this on the supposed second attempt?
So my thoughts on the second attempt is, as soon as I heard it come up, I didn't look into it. I was like, oh fuck, another fucking bullshit storyline. First one was fake as fuck. There was no need to research this shit. And then when I didn't even look it up, I was hearing people talking about it, that there was no video attempt. This dude had a social media account that was erased off of Twitter. Like, here we go. More bullshit. It's just more propaganda. So I didn't buy the first one, and I most certainly ain't gonna buy the second one. So call me crazy, call me whatever the hell you want. I don't give a shit. I don't believe any of these attempts. I think it's more propaganda to push the Zionist agenda through Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. That's my opinion. And I could be wrong, but that's the way I've used it.
Hold on. Sorry. I got a part 2 on this, too. Part 2. The motherfuckers got Ukraine connects, right?
Yeah.
And we are just okay with him just bebopping back and forth. But we had to literally trade Brittany Griner, a mediocre, not even fine. And I like me a WNBA player, okay? She ain't even cute. We traded a fucking arms dealing. This motherfucker had a movie made about him.
Yeah.
Brittany Griner ain't even had a motherfucking MVP trophy handed to her. But this motherfucker got a movie, and we traded her for him. Like, it was cool.
It's all bullshit. That's why.
But this motherfucker got connects with Ukraine. And then Biden was out here like, hey, we finna give these niggas the yams. And he over here like, oh, well, let's kill Trump. What? I'm so confused. This don't even make sense. Like, it's all bullshit. That shit don't even connect no more.
It's all scripted. Like,
but it's a bad
and that's the thing.
Weezy.
People fought for it. People fought for this bullshit theater.
I know.
Oh my God.
Bubba Ray breeding dogs. He believe the shit. Give him the Medal of Honor. Bring him to the White House after the election. Feed him some chicken. Give him a fucking turkey like Nino Brown.
I got a question for Chris. Do you still believe the first attempt?
Yes.
You think
what the fuck?
Why, Chris?
Okay. I respect your opinion.
Why do you believe it?
For one reason alone, because this ties into what I was saying earlier. Mothers are in the media. Excuse me. Blinken is running around Europe, or was running around Europe last week, essentially trying to figure out a way how to start World War III in earnest. So if we've seen people get killed for less, we've seen politicians get killed for less, right? I go back to JFK. All he said was, I'm going to break the CIA into a million billion pieces or whatever he said. And he said AIPAC has to register as a foreign agency or something to that effect, right? And we saw what happened to him. His memory was on his wife's shoulder after that.
In the trunk.
If we no, so Weezy, yeah, I do believe it. But go ahead, Weezy. I'll wait till I want Marcus to say something too. So Weezy, are you finished or?
Yeah, I'm finished. No, I was just genuinely curious. Maybe I thought, all right, maybe more information come in and you change your mind. But I just wanted to know. That's all. What's up, Marcus?
Because it was 3-on-1. It was 3-on-1 earlier. Now it's 3-on-1. I'm the one now.
Hell yeah! Bitch. Reverse that bitch.
Oh no, reverse that ass.
Put out the green. Oh no, green reverse card on that one.
Reverse card on that.
When it first happened, I was definitely in the camp of like, nah, this is nonsense. I don't buy it at all. Now I'm just kind of like, I moved to the neutral. I don't know because here, first of all, for people who don't know, who don't really know a lot about me outside of this show, in the military, part of my training was part of, like, I guess what would you say, my discipline or whatever, it was security, weapons and security. I did anti-terrorism training, all that stuff. Basically, I did SWAT training, all this stuff like that too. And after going down to see Chris, pause, nothing dirty. Vacation, saw Chris.
Diddy?
Chris took us out to Mar-a-Lago, you know.
Whoa.
We got to see the beach and all that. I was like, oh shit, this is nice. Looking at how that's set up, granted, you do got plenty of walk around traffic. You do got the shops and stores around where you do got foot traffic. But the golf course itself, and this is what like I was talking about with Chris earlier. Like I've seen Sawgrass before. I've seen was that the one in Myrtle Beach. I've seen Ponte Vedra. Oh, I guess that's Sawgrass. Technically, same thing. I've seen how country clubs operate security, and for some rando to be just camped out for 12 hours. I'm like, you telling me that a multi-million-dollar golf course, even just not even talking about Secret Service, not even just their regular security, like allied security or something, that they ain't got nobody in a truck riding around looking. They don't have no sensors on fences for if somebody's trying to climb a fence. They don't have no cameras all over that place. And all of those things, nobody saw this guy. So what that would tell me is not only would the Secret Service have to be compromised, Trump's own golf course security is compromised also.
Hell yeah.
It just don't sound right. It seems like
It don't have to sound right.
As if there would have almost had to be a stand down order from the Trump side too.
What do you think happened on 9/11?
I might get us in trouble for 9/11, but
all right, I won't go too
much.
No.
I can go into 9/11 after this though. I think now this is the YouTube that doesn't care about the 9/11 stuff. I remember back in the day.
No,
they really cared.
I don't want to get you in trouble, but
no. I'll go into it. But what were you going to ask?
Hold on, let's just stay on this topic because I want to add some. I want to add some things. So go ahead.
And so, with all of those things said, also the fact that this guy was able to be on the FBI's list, and for him to be able to obtain weapons.
Marcus, you're talking about the second guy, Routh, right?
The second guy. For him to be able to live out in Hawaii, basically without no kind of a career, no income that I've heard of coming in, it sounds weird. Like this guy is somebody who is either some kind of State Department cutout who's being floated money, or he is a agent of another country that we don't know. He could be being paid by the British, Israelis. I don't know. But for you to have no income and you're flying around. When like here's another thing. People said, well, Trump, whenever he's in Florida, he does just fly around. Whenever he's in Florida, he always plays golf at that court. At his course. That's known. But how did this dude know when to book the ticket to fly out there to be there at the very set time that he was going to be back in town? Or did he just sit there and wait for weeks and weeks? Or was Trump's schedule posted where he could know, okay, I know he'll be back in Mar-a-Lago in a month, so I'll book my ticket then. I don't know. It's just for a dude to be on the FBI's list, there's just a gazillion things that don't stand up, and it almost seems like there could have even been a case of the Secret Service deciding that they were going to set this up so that they could probably gain a little bit of credibility. See, we were able to stop this, but if we had more funding, we would be able to do better. And so, if you're in the belief that the first one was legitimate, then this could be a way of them trying to save face by saying, look, we caught this one. But I don't, it just don't track to me. Something sounds off about it. I don't know why it's off, but it sounds off. Both sound off to me.
Okay. Go ahead, Chris.
So let me ask all of you guys, to Weezy's question. He said, there's no film, there's no video. Do you guys know where the video is? Or who has the videos?
Diddy.
No, well, good guess.
I would imagine probably.
But that was close. I would imagine
probably the State Department or FBI at this point.
Look, it's funny. He mentioned 9/11. Do you know who has the videos? That the FBI went to all the surrounding businesses that had video surveillance. They either took the videos or they erased the videos from the businesses. Mm-hmm. Right then and there, that should already be a red freaking flag, especially as we mentioned 9/11. We talked about the Pentagon. What happened to those videos? Who went and confiscated those videos? Okay, I think everybody knows that, right? And then I think I saw Lucy make a comment, and I've seen many people make this comment that this is done for sympathy. If this was anyone else, I would kind of buy into that. However, up to this point, the United States media and probably some of the international media have spent 9 years making this dude the devil. There are more people upset that he didn't get clapped versus those who are saying like, oh, I feel bad for him. You know what? I might donate and I may go pull a lever for him. I may go vote for him because, it's not right that he got shot at. I'm saying this America, it shouldn't happen. Right? No, there's with Trump, it's in this particular instance.
How much money has Trump coverage brought back to the fucking CNNs and MSNBC?
And hold on, no. But then what happened? You would think, okay, fine. This happened for sympathy for Trump. However, the past week, there's been absolutely zero coverage about this on any mainstream news channel.
That's why.
However, even the media, and they hate Trump. At the very least, they should even be trying.
They don't hate him. That's a lie.
I'm saying the people on MSNBC, they may not hate him, but again,
they love him. He's great for business.
Well, I would say the people at the top, the executives do love Trump. But I think those anchors
ratings down. Trump brings them up.
I believe those anchors do have TDS. That's what I would say is different. I believe the anchors, the Rachel Maddow type people, I don't think they're faking that.
Some of them believe it, but
the Don Lemons, I don't think they're faking it. I think they are just that much into the bubble and they believe it. But the Leslie Moonves and those people up there, they love Trump.
Now, how many of you all know in your own personal lives people who responded to both cases saying, damn, too bad they didn't get him? I know mad people.
Mad lefties.
I know. I got family members and friends who was like, how they keep missing? Why they just don't really?
Because it's fake. That's why they keep missing. If it was real, they wouldn't have missed in the first time.
Or maybe it is a message. Because again, look, let's talk. We've been talking about Haiti, right?
Invincible, though.
Hold on. Let's reference this with Haiti, right? Aristide comes to power. They don't like anything that Aristide is doing in Haiti. I'm thinking, they could just kill Aristide. They didn't. They took him out of the country. And then they brought him back. And then they kidnapped him and took him to Congo or somewhere, maybe South Africa. So again, I'm thinking in my mind, these people, this is Haiti compared to the United States. This is like a third world country. Why didn't they just kill Aristide? Maybe they did not want to upset the population to create a larger problem. We saw this in Iraq. Hold on. We saw this in Iraq with Desert Storm. They had every opportunity to get rid of Saddam Hussein in Desert Storm. What was the on-the-ground assessment? If we get rid of Saddam Hussein now, Iraq will descend into chaos, and we don't want that chaos, not right now anyway.
That's not why they didn't get rid of him.
Why didn't they get rid of him?
Yeah. Because the government, he was completely on the payroll of the American government. They were using him to keep the factions between the I can't remember their name. The Shiites, Sunnis, and I would even throw in the Baathists. He kept the balance between the Muslim populations over there.
And he also created his own money.
But they were upset
which wasn't
with
cool.
Him.
That wasn't cool.
But when Gaddafi did it.
But they were upset with Saddam for messing with George W. Bush's investment in
that's
Kuwait.
part of the myth.
It's not a myth.
That's part of the myth.
He didn't.
They had
George W. Bush
beef with Saddam Hussein because he no longer wanted to be a puppet. That's the same shit I would argue happened with Hitler. As controversial as that may sound, that's the same fucking shit. He was a puppet too.
See,
and once he didn't play the role, we're gonna demonize the motherfucker for eternity. That's what happened to Hitler. That's what happened to Saddam Hussein. That's what happened to Muammar Gaddafi. And I want you to convince me otherwise.
I think this is the problem with some of the conspiracy theories out there, is that a lot of it is just. I think a lot of it is just spoken from the heart without. I think a lot of these things are said without further examination of facts and things that are going on.
I have
because
facts.
While
what
there are
puppets, my brother?
While there are puppet masters, you still need conditions to be a certain way in order to have certain things go your way. Now, with that being said, this guy was at the Trump International Golf Course. He didn't get a shot off. However, I'm saying that he didn't necessarily make an attempt. I'm pretty sure he wanted to, but the discussion about the shooter, the ties to Ukraine, and the larger discussion regarding Ukraine and Russia has now been put to the back because we talk about freak offs and baby oil for this whole week. There has not been a discussion at all about anything related to Ukraine and or Russia. Does anyone know what the State Department and Blinken has been doing for the last 2 weeks now as it pertains to Ukraine? Do you know what they're doing? Did you see what Blinken was requesting last week?
No, I did not. Last time I heard anything was when Kamala gave money, 3 weeks ago?
This is my point.
That's what I'm saying. The last thing that mainstream news talked about with Ukraine was about 3 weeks ago when Kamala had signed over a little bit of more bread to them. Right before she started doing her little campaign, she slid another check. She slid out the way.
Well, and this is my point. Blinken, the United States, France, and England have been throughout Europe. Marcus and I played the response from the Polish guy last week.
Yeah,
they have been on a campaign to have weapons restrictions released on the weapons that they can provide to Ukraine. They would like to give them the missiles that can go up to close to 200 miles into Russia. We already know that Ukraine has already made some they've made some headway into Russia as far as some of their attacks, and the West is like, yo, we need to go even further. Let's move the restrictions. So again, bullshit, bro. They're trying to wait. That's not bullshit. That's actually really happening. And Putin said,
why are they still? Why is Ukraine still allowing Russia to sell their fucking natural resources?
Hold on, wait. Keep going, Chris. And then Putin did what?
Putin came out and said last week that, okay, if you release, and again, I don't think Russia's innocent. Like, I don't think they're righteous or nothing like that. I'm just talking about people who are beefing and the response to certain moves, right? Russia said to them, okay, you're going to release the restrictions on the weapons to Ukraine. I will now consider us at war against NATO and not solely Ukraine. The United States State Department responded to that. Just a few hours ago, or maybe even yesterday, Biden is saying, or, whoever is playing Biden, they said that they're confident that the weapons restrictions will soon be released, will soon be lifted. With that being said, if you give Ukraine more weaponry, they're going to shoot missiles further into Russia. Now, Poland is like, please don't hit us. We don't want to be caught up in the fallout of this at all.
Huh? Sorry. I said Poland always says that.
Oh, no. Marcus and I played the video last week. Homeboy said,
he's like, no. We don't want no part of y'all bullshit. Y'all
He said he don't want no beef. Poland never wants any beef. World War II, what did Poland say? No smoke.
Because
World War III, what does Poland say? No smoke.
Because every time there's a war, Poland is one of the first to get fucked up.
Yeah, they like no smoke, bro. We don't want no smoke.
So again, I think the lack of attention or media coverage on this is precisely because they do not want us to talk about what is happening in Ukraine. And to the point about it being fake or set up by Trump's people, if this was set up by Trump, you think he would want and get, you only get the sympathy through the media, right? His sycophants are already his sycophants. He's not gaining new voters from these actions. Furthermore, it's not even plastered on the mainstream media for anyone to feel sorry for a dude. It's almost as if this story did not happen. These should bring about certain questions. That doesn't mean you have to abandon what your initial thought was. It just means you should run through a thought exercise and consider every angle and not just say, you know what? God damn it, I got it. Because I'm thinking about it from the other way too. Well, damn, how could this benefit Trump? Sure, he could raise more campaign funds, right? He can get more people to donate from him. And outside of that, and maybe some sympathy, I really don't see where a narcissistic beast like Trump would want to say, damn, I'm only going to win because people had sympathy. I think he too much of a, I think he is too self-absorbed to want to say that. To say that, I think the only reason why they're doing this is, and I don't know if they really want to kill him or they're trying to send a message to him for when he gets into office. Again, this is just a thought process. These are my thoughts, right? Trump, the one thing he has said as it relates to American foreign policy that differs from the current American policy is that I would like to bring an end to whatever strife is going on between Russia and Ukraine, and I can do it. I mean, as far as him saying, I could do it one day, I could get it done in an hour, that part I'm not paying attention to. However, he has signaled that he has no interest in being the commander-in-chief and pursuing this particular, thank you. Now, that doesn't mean that he's not a warmonger, that he wouldn't wage war on China if given the chance, or to send troops to the Middle East, or to even back up the Zionists. We already know he will and he would. I'm saying on this particular issue, Trump actually is apart from current policy. Now, when we talk about the most important part, what is the most important part? The money. Follow the money. This is a major money laundering, weapons deal, political skimming off the top for everybody involved in here. And if all of us was running this scam and you telling me this one dude over here could pull a stop to this, yes, we're going to spend a few dollars and either we're going to scare him to change his position or we're going to get rid of him. So I rest my case. That's it.
Wait. Okay, Chris. Hold on. I got 3 points. I got 3 points for Chris.
I just want to say this real quick. Chris, you missed the part where he said, and I had blood all over my hands.
Okay, now I got 4 points. 4 points.
That's my favorite part.
So point 4. Weezy, you sound like a Mexican Christopher Walken.
What the fuck?
I'm sorry. I had to tell you. You've been saying shit throughout the night, and I'm like, damn, you sound like a Mexican Christopher Walken. That's crazy. All right, now 2 of the 3 points. For 3.3, and we're going to work our way back about Trump and kind of like my stance with him right now. So point 3, I find it very ironic that when that happened to Trump, right, at Mar-a-Lago, okay, where his crib is, right, did you see how Kamala got on Oprah shit? It was like, well, if I stay strapped because, when somebody come up in my house, they getting shot. Okay, first off, no, you got Secret Service, bitch. You're going to have them niggas for the rest of your life. Shut up. Second of all, look, me being a concealed carry female, I teach concealed carry classes. I sleep with my 9 next to my bed. Okay? No, ma'am, you don't talk about your gun like that because you don't want nobody to know you got a gun. So when they come in your house, they don't expect to get shot. Duh. You don't let nobody know you strapped. Stupid. So that's how I know you don't have a gun. Stupid. But then I find it funny how leftists was all like, we need to do something about the guns. The school just got shot. The babies. Wheezy. All of that. You feel me? But now we about to have Kamala sit here and at the same fucking breath in the same fucking week promote having a gun. letting niggas know that she'll drop somebody in a heartbeat. Oh, she let niggas know if they cross her threshold, she 86 in them. Not like Trump. Trump had niggas in his backyard about to You see what I'm saying? You see how that's about to take a different route for our lefties? Now we're going to have leftists outside with motherfucking ARs and Dracos and shit. Okay? At the abortion clinics. Shooting the other motherfuckers at the abortion clinic. They're going to be a civil war outside the abortion clinics. This is going to be crazy. Leftists going to have guns and ARs. The other people ain't going to have their guns no more because they're going to get their guns taken away. You see how it's so much. So that was my point 3 when I was listening to you talk about the whole where this could go as far as gun laws and weapons here and there in the third, because it's crazy how we about to fire off in another country, but we about to restrict ourselves. Don't even get me started on that because I'm a gun-toting bitch. Second tip. When you were saying something in reference to voters and how voting could be swayed by this and how you said that at first people keep talking about that sympathy shit, I just recently found that there's another pocket of voters for Trump that are subconsciously programmed to vote for this man. And if you don't know about this is let's go to a history lesson. So back in 2021, maybe 2020,
it sounds like
Trump
did. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Didn't Trump drop a law, or didn't Trump he let a lot of niggas out of prison? Remember that? Mm-hmm. That mainly helped niggas. And that's
First Step Act.
Thank you. The First Step Act. Mad niggas got out of prison under Trump, right? And because of that, these men have been able to get out. We'll just say 45% of these motherfuckers have done something with themselves. I tend to cross paths with these type of niggas. If you learn and you'll hear more stories, I love me a felon, y'all. Whew, I don't know. Something about a man that can't lead a country just does it for me. But I hang out with a lot of felons. A lot of my mom's big homies was felons. You know what I'm saying? My uncles are felons. So I'm hearing about a whole bunch of a group of men that have now been released among the world, and 45% of them are doing something good. They write books, they doing seminars, they're talking to kids, they're going to schools, they're telling them about how this First Step Act has allowed them to become the entrepreneur they are today. They are subconsciously programming people by telling their testimony about getting out of prison under Trump to low-key stir these people to vote for Trump. Because they're going to high school. They're going to kids that are turning 18 before November. That's like, hey, if you get to vote, you know what I'm saying? If you ever get into a bond, you know what I'm saying? Trump did put whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop in place so I could get here to talk to you today. Type shit. Mm-hmm. That was something I didn't learn until this past week. Mm-hmm. Because I ran into the, damn, they ain't shoot that motherfucker yet. And I've also have friends that are like, God damn it, that man is invincible. Goddamn America. Can't touch goddamn bulletproof. I live in a place where I get both of them.
Yeah, he's the real Teflon Don, as they say.
He about to start playing. Brother. He more 50 Cent than 50 Cent. That nigga got hit and had to survive. He got grazed, bro.
Hey, orange is the new black, is what some people say.
Okay, so then all the way to my very first point about all of this and just how things are going in reference to the other wars and how they're just kind of distracting us on shit and how it's all about the baby oil and the fucking, you know what I'm saying, Diddy Duff, the Diddy Diddler. Nobody's paying attention to the fucking green and black water in South America. Mm-hmm. Yeah, nobody's paying anything in reference to the concentration camps in Congo. I know, but baby, we look, I told my brother today I was low-key tired of fighting against the Matrix because this shit been rough lately, because it is a far and few in between for people to actually have to fight it. It's a rough fucking game, y'all. But there's so much more we need to be worried about, but we giving a fuck about who got some of Diddy's dick. That's literally what everybody's worried about, because if we really talk about R. Kelly's trial too, we were worried about what the girl that he peed on. We didn't give a fuck about nothing else. We just cared about who he was peeing on, why he peed on the girl, where the video with the peeing on the girl. Every person that watched. Oh, go ahead.
Because secretly, there's a lot of nasty motherfuckers out here.
Because any person that watched that tape, you watch kitty porn. Use a nasty motherfucker.
More people cared about Amber Heard's turd in the bed than the Ghislaine Maxwell trial.
Because Americans are nasty. That's why.
Once sex is mentioned, the majority of people are unable to focus on anything else other than getting the details of whatever the sexual act was. Look at the investigation into Bill Clinton. the investigation popped up Monica Lewinsky, and people didn't even care anymore about the real estate bullshit that they was doing. They didn't care about anything happening in Mena, Arkansas. They didn't put together the rise of the gangs in
Mena, Arkansas
with the drug cartels making that their hub, right?
Or
the
what
only
he does
thing
in Haiti, or what he did in Haiti.
The only thing they were concerned about was with what he did with the cigar with Monica Lewinsky. So the moment sex becomes part of a story, especially here in America, we so green to it and we act like such little kids that we can't do anything. We're so young in terms compared to the rest of the world. You know, look, in France, one of their leaders has one of them has a affair. It's like, oh yeah, okay, big deal. Let's move on. Here, it's like, oh my God, what are they doing? And it totally messes up the brain. People cannot stay focused as soon as sex is mentioned. So with that, I would love if men got more pussy and women got more dick, and then hopefully you wouldn't be so pressed whenever you hear a story about sex.
They can get isn't there. That's not going to stop them. They're still going to be that way. But I did want to go back to
just like, God damn, like if you was getting some, you wouldn't. If you was getting some ass, maybe you wouldn't be so concerned with what somebody else is doing.
No, they still be concerned.
I think
so. I wanted to go back to the point that you were
I just want to bail out, bro, and I want to say what's up to everyone. Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure with Ms. Voodoo, with Mr. Chris, Mr. Marcus. Thank y'all. And I want no one to misconstrue that there was no hate involved. It was all love. And I fucking loved it.
No, we don't do that.
Need to do it again. I would love to have
you arguments.
Little show. Hell yeah.
People be in the barbershop arguing, then they chill outside. They go play handball and basketball after. Like, that's what it is.
That's what's up. All right, y'all. Have a good night. Thank you for having me.
All right, Weezy, before you go, and you're always welcome. So hey, anytime you want to swing on, always just tell me to drop.
Oh yeah, man. You always text me memes and shit. Hell yeah, we do. Yeah,
and I'm gonna call you probably Monday or Tuesday evening, and we'll talk.
Hell yeah, man, for sure. All right, man. Much love.
All right, thank you, brother. But I wanted to go into what you were saying, Chris, about why I don't agree. And you laid out good arguments. I just don't believe that they allow a person to get to the level of being president and thinking you're going to change something. Because very easily at that level, the generals can decide that, no, okay, now we are going to take him out before you even get it done. Because that's what I believe happened with Kennedy. When Kennedy did get to the point where he was actually going to change something and be a threat, they got him up out of there. And it was no, we kind of missed, or no, I don't think that the shooters have gotten worse off. In fact, I did a video talking, and I did this about to armed revolutionaries, and I called it Armed Revolutionaries. Are you sure? And it was to denote the weapons that we have now compared. We literally have bullets with tracers on them. I mean, you can literally laser guide the bullet to the target now.
Marcus, you telling me y'all couldn't drone this nigga? I've seen y'all drone niggas like Call of Duty. I can do it on Call of Duty, and I don't even work for the fucking feds, okay?
I know people who are far better shots than me, and this isn't even going into like the best shooters that are far better than me that could have. I mean, either of those shots, they could have. In fact, they didn't even have to wait for Trump to get to the next hole. They could have clipped him from there. I mean, so that's what I'm saying. If they really wanted to get him, I mean, in training, I've trained from further away than both of the attempts, and been able to hit the target. So, I mean, if they really wanted to get somebody, and I look at it like this: the powers that be, the ones who are funding this campaign, are the very ones who want to keep the, as you say, the money laundering thing going. So why would they fund this person who was a serious threat at stopping their organization, because the very people who fund Trump are the very people who are part of this whole Ukraine-Russia thing. And I don't know who needs to hear this more explicitly, but Zionists want the Ukraine-Russia war going. And let me explain it to you if y'all don't know how all this connects. If you go back further enough and you look at which country that most of the certain population, I call them the 1948ers, where a lot of them got kicked out from Russia. And they've never, ever, ever stopped being pissed off about it. And if you look at throughout even the country, which they should be even more upset about, Germany, they don't have that smoke with Germany. They got that smoke with Russia. And if you look at the power players who have been in our government, look at people where they come from. Most of the people who are in our government, a lot of their aides, if not Russia, Czech Republic, Poland, Hungary, all of them come from that whole Eastern Bloc area. Why do we got so many people in our fucking government from the Eastern Bloc? Why are they so focused on Russia all the damn time? Why is it that you see in all these movies and television shows, they're always worried about Russia?
Every James Bond movie got a Russian nigga in it.
Exactly.
It's Alonso got killed by the Russians.
People. And I don't think people realize that community still has a beef with what happened way back when in Russia.
Not to mention, they the only niggas I know that fight bears.
Exactly.
Hold on. And then here's the other part about this. Dick Cheney endorsed Kamala fucking Harris, dog. Like, that in itself speaks very, 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 very loudly as it pertains to any type of foreign policy, because the last time I checked, I don't think I've ever seen Dick Cheney say anything about any social issues. I know he backs I know he's for the LGBTQ thing because his daughter is gay, but outside of that, I've never seen Dick Cheney speak up. I don't really know much of his policies on domestic issues, but I do know that mother got his nose in he's singularly concerned about foreign policy and warfare.
And if anything, remember how you were saying you think that Trump, it's kind of leaning more Trump's way. If anything, I would say it's honestly leaning more Kamala's way. The fact that you got Cheney in your pocket, not the daughter, the real life Darth Vader. The fact that you got the dark Sith Lord over there.
Lord. I was about to say the same thing. That's
you got the damn Sith Lord in your pocket. You know how many connections that dude got throughout the deep state, the so-called deep state?
So well, I think that's why
a good mouthpiece. I heard
Kamala, I would say, if anything, has the stronger advantage in getting in right now. Now I know some people are talking about the third party this and they're talking about that. I think it's laser focused close, and they want it to be that way. But at the same time, this is kind of like, remember Trading Places? What was it? Mortimer and I can't remember the other.
Hold on. Winfred and Mortimer.
Exactly. This is their $1 bet on who's gonna win. They still control them both. And the moment either one get out of line, I guarantee you, a full dossier of crap on Kamala gonna come out. The moment Trump get out of line, I guarantee you the stuff, whatever he did with Epstein, is gonna come out. They control these people. Now they get out there and they say whatever they think they want to say. Trump says a whole lot of crap, and I don't think he has the power to do any of the stuff. Also, what has Trump ever followed through on while he's been in office? Trump is literally just wait for things to come to his lap and then he'll sign it. He ain't literally been like, you know what? I want to go do this. He's not pushed any issue. Everything has been brought to him. And when you're a commander chief, how that works is they typically have a couple of packets. They have option A. Well, this just happened, sir. We have option A, we have option B, we have option C. All three of these scenarios are things that they want to do anyway. They might really, really want to do A, but they'll take it if you just do C. And that's how it works with these presidents. They're not really going out, just going off on a limb and doing what they want to do. I could be wrong, but I just do not believe that Trump even close to has the power to stop what's going on over there. Marcus, I don't think they're in. Right? I don't think they're in any fear of him doing that.
I think they really are. I think that he would separate. I think he would stop, or at least attempt to stop whatever's happening in Ukraine, and maybe he would pivot towards protecting Taiwan, just doing the same thing, except instead of making Russia the bad guy, he wouldn't mind having China be the bad guy, right? So that's still kind of it still kind of helps, the war machine here. But however, when we look, we're in excuse me, we are in September, right? Just 5 months ago in April, Joe Biden signed off on a $95 billion aid package to Ukraine. Trump doesn't even necessarily have to do anything. He could just choose not to sign an aid package. So it could be something as simple as that. And what I'm saying is they have enough. He's not saying, okay, I'm gonna ban whatever, or I'm gonna pull back anything. But he could just say, okay, I'll turn off the spigot. You guys spend what you got already. That is but that is already, I think, worth the foreign policy apparatus of the United States. I think it's a message because the guy didn't fire a shot the second time at the golf course, and I honestly think they really tried. And just so the 1 in a million chance that shot missed in where was that, Pennsylvania? Mm-hmm. The 1 in a trillion chance that shit happened how it did. Like he was not supposed to be here. He's already on borrowed time. I think this next thing was like we're sending a message. And honestly, I think internally, these motherfuckers know Kamala doing horribly in all of the demographics and all of the locations. They don't need her. New York, Chicago, California are loud because there's so many different voices. They loud. Across the rest of the country, dog, they not hearing her. They not feeling her. And specifically, Ohio, do we think Ohio really going to vote for Kamala? No. Michigan? No. Texas. And this time we don't have the deluge of mail-in ballots. So now we really going to get to see what these numbers look like.
Well, you still got to deal with the mail-in ballots. There's people voting right now already.
No, I said not the deluge of it, not to the point that it was in 2020 where people was afraid to go out, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, but there was no Trump. But this is where I would push back. Ain't no Trump voters scared to go to the polls. None of them were scared to go.
Correct.
So I don't feel like.
That's what I'm saying. Marcus, you're making my case for me. The Trump people went outside. They wasn't scared to vote. I'm saying it was the other side. Biden had how many voters for him?
Really? Yeah, but most of them still mailed in, though.
That's my point. That's where the fraud is. That's where the fraud from that nonsense came from. Was from them blank mail-in ballots that everybody mama went to a mailbox and said, "Oh, let me fill this out for my baby. I can't stand that motherfucker Trump. Put that stamp on that bitch and mail it off." That's my.
But some of that was going on the Republican side, because I remember in Georgia when that got caught during the old boy ran for governor.
Georgia, scandal, they just don't let you vote.
No, what I'm talking about. No, he was paying people to ride around and pick up those things and fill them in.
Yep.
He got busted doing that shit. So I don't think it's this. Like, I hear a lot of people on the right, they put it as if, it's just the Democrats over here cheating. Both of y'all are doing the same damn shit. So
however,
miss me with that. The Democrats are cheating. Y'all both doing it.
However, we at the very least, despite the Republicans hating Trump, they still had a goddamn primary and they had their primary. He won. What have we seen with the Democratic Party post Obama? Even during the Obama thing, there was a bunch of
pre-Obama. They've never really allowed. They've always controlled the process. It just became obvious during Obama.
even during the Obama-Clinton primary, there was funny money stuff going on, and it came down to a fucking table, and they had to vote and say he was a nominee, blah, blah, blah. So the Democrats, and then specifically what they did to Bernie in 2016, they don't care about no vote. They already showed their own party and their own people how much they value their votes, their voices, their donations. They don't. And then we fast forward to 2020. Look what they did. They said, up South Carolina, black people spoke for everybody. We done here. Biden is our guy. They don't respect. They don't respect
primaries
at all, and they're not above the trickery.
Yeah, but primaries are different. Primaries are different from the national election, though. Primaries are different from because now you're dealing with governors, and there's plenty of times. You're telling me these Republican governors are cheating for the Democrats? No.
Yes. Yes. I'm telling you, they were in.
That's where you lost me there. I don't buy that.
Not all these people. Not all these people who carry. Okay, so perfect example. Are we gonna say that homeboy West Virginia, what's his name, Manchin? Are we gonna say Manchin is a Democrat? Like on the what we think of as a Democrat? Or we think is Joe Manchin the prototypical first thought when you think of a Democratic politician?
Of course not.
But yet some would say that maybe he was working for the Republicans, right?
But at
because
this
he sided with them a lot, right?
Yeah, but at this point, I mean,
the blue dog.
But at this point, the Democratic Party, at this point, the Democratic Party are mostly old school Republicans anyway.
Okay, so you just asked me, do I think the Republicans would work against Donald? Yes, absolutely, they would. Look how the whole Bush Cheney wing treats him. They don't.
I just don't. I just don't buy the fact that they
the Lincoln Project is full of Republicans who run nothing but propaganda against Donald Trump. Again, it's not an endorsement of anything Trump related, but we have to remove our emotions and our dislike for Trump. This has nothing to do with it. This has nothing to do with emotions. I mean, Jacksonville. Wouldn't you agree that Jacksonville is more than likely Trump country? It's split. It's probably more 60-40, probably Trump.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I met a lot of people who voted for Trump. I knew a lot of people who voted for Trump. And 2 years after that, they felt like it was a mistake. So how I look at it is a lot of people were looking at, Trump won in 2016. There's no possible way that he lost 4 years later. I met plenty of Republicans who said they would not vote for him again. I watched him lose voters. And so if you barely won the first time, it's not a leap for me to believe that you legitimately lost the second time.
So we watched an octogenarian go on a supposed hip hop platform and tell a black man that you ain't black if you don't vote for me. And we're supposed to think that didn't have an effect either, just because we are highly emotionally charged to be against Trump. If we're gonna, that had to have a major effect with some people.
Okay. I feel like when it comes down to it, most of these people they look at, I don't like this person, but at the same time, I have to vote against this person. So you got a lot of black people who are like, I might not like Biden, but there's no way I'm just gonna let Trump win. And I mean, I look at it like this. Like I was kind of if I thought
it's a generational thing too. We got to take everybody 35 and up, maybe, but people 35 and below, they don't buy into none of that.
Clyburn has one of the poorest.
They finally cut out some of their parents' leaning.
I was going to say Clyburn has one of the poorest districts in the entire country, and there's nowhere. He's not going anywhere. And it shows that they still gonna vote for you no matter how much stupid crap that they do, no matter how much you don't work for them, no matter how much you don't help them. Because I heard this debate between pro-life conservatives, and one is making the argument, well, I'm thinking about not voting for Trump because he's getting soft on the whole pro-life issues. And the other one's like, you got to understand the calculus. If Kamala Harris gets in there, we get further away from our objective. And I think that there is enough people on both sides of the parties who think that way. Yeah, I don't like the Democrats, but if I don't and I let the Republicans get in, they believe whether it's true or not that they're going to be that much further away from their objective, and vice versa. And I feel like either one gets in there, neither one of y'all are getting what y'all want. You might get a token.
There was an opportunity to match Kamala up against Trump in 2020. She didn't win a single delegate. The Democrats again refused to have another primary. Even this year, they just sat there for the last 3 years telling us that Biden is okay and that we're just making fun of a person who is stuttering. Meanwhile, all our eyes are seeing that this guy clearly mentally is not there. They just had Jill Stein sitting at the head of a cabinet meeting. Okay, these people are not above anything when it comes to their politics.
But going back to it again, it's already known that how the party system works. They've already said that they can pick whoever they want to. That's already known, that the primaries are, especially on the Democratic side, that it's not real. That's already known. But when it comes to, but what I'm saying is, when it comes to at the point when Biden fumbled, what was he going to do? Stay in there? And then when Biden stepped down, what were they going to do? Run a primary at that point with what?
No, they should have
3 months out.
They should have had the primary like they should have normally had, but they chose not to. They chose to be corrupt. They chose to be corrupt again. This is going to have an effect, and it doesn't need to have an effect across most of the country. It just needs to have an effect in a few pockets of America. And we're talking about maybe 10 pockets, maybe even less than that. It's not a huge amount.
In fact, here, okay, let's play it out this way. If they would have had the primaries, would Biden not have won?
Ooh.
No, he wouldn't have. No.
Biden would have lost the primaries. To who?
A white man to who?
To who?
He lost to somebody.
Country?
To who?
If you would have put up one of these, who do? Okay, perfect example. I pose this. I don't watch any of those
because there's only a couple. There's only a couple people who were even running.
Listen. I don't watch any of those shows that you guys watch. The Kyle Kalinske people I hear y'all mention. The show Rising I saw you guys mention. I don't watch TNTYT. I don't watch any of that stuff. I would say when you ask me who, I would say whoever they talk about because they're more involved in Democratic Party politics, whoever they like, I would say put one of those names there. Or RFK.
Well, this is what I'll tell you. Even with the polling, RFK, what's her name? Marianne Williamson, Cornel West, and those were the top Democrats. And then you had Dean Phillips, who ran also. None of them were close. Even if they would have had the primaries, none of them were close. You could have combined all their percentages together, and Biden still would have mud stomped all of them.
We don't even know that Biden won in 2020. They canceled the rest of the primary because Bernie was going to beat him. Bernie was going to beat Hillary. They cheated there too. What are we talking about? We're acting like there's not.
But the difference is none of them are Bernie. None of them are Bernie. That's not even close comparison.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying Bernie in 2024 has Bernie 2026.
No, what I'm talking about in the 2020 primary, that's a different thing comparing an open primary. In fact, you can go throughout Democratic history. There's not even been a time where a sitting president in a primary has been unseated by a primary opponent. That just doesn't even happen because most of the voters are not going to take a sitting Democrat. They're not going to take the sitting person of their party out of power. Now, I think there was one way back when on the Republican side But of the Democrats, there has not been a Democratic president who lost in the primaries.
Again, there are exceptions to everything. Not every, like, there's always going to be the odds, right? It's 1 out of 10, 1 out of 5, 1 out of 3, 1 out of whatever it is. Sometimes that one thing does happen, and I just think that when you add in the bullshit of 2020, Biden's clear deterioration, the fact that there are a bunch of voters now who have grown up way different than their grandparents or even some of their parents, right? Whatever it is. Again, we're talking about percentages. We don't need to speak in extremes, meaning all. There are percentages here and there in different states that would have made a difference. Biden not winning a primary in 2023. He's just not.
I still don't see any reality wouldn't have, because I think that you're taking no. What I'm saying is, I think you're taking into consideration that the voting population for Democrats are in the know like we are, and I think we are a very small percentage. There's a very small percentage who think like we do, or as knowledgeable as we are, and most of them don't know. They ask from a hole in the ground. That's the reason why I said our people need to get more politically educated. And the reason why they're able to do this crap is because most of us, and I would say 90% of the Democratic voters don't pay attention to none of this stuff we're talking about.
But you don't have to be at all politically involved at all. Matter of fact, you don't even need to pay attention and or like politics to know that the grandpa who calls himself president ain't it.
Yeah, but
I'm saying. These are anomalies. He's not Joe Biden, who is 64 years old or 58 years old, who's a little spry, who still has a little sharp mind. You know, he can do his little bullshit political spiel. We're talking about somebody who steps off the stage and goes to shake Patrick Swayze's hand from Ghost.
I get all that.
He's homeboy saying, I see dead people. You know what I mean? So in this particular case, Biden does not win a primary. But again, the DNC is wild crooked. So it doesn't even matter what the voters do, because again, the DNC can say, oh, well, we don't care about your votes. Here you go, Joe Biden.
How many Democrats said that they would vote for like a piece of lint over Trump? They don't really care that Biden is not there.
Those are all people from New York and California.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
You're talking to somebody who grew up in middle America. I'm telling you, they're not paying attention to either. They will vote for Biden. I'm not remembering off the top of my head, but he did win some of them.
Somebody can put up a link to the 2020 map.
I don't know.
Which Midwest states
hop in. I want to hear your thoughts. So see, Chris is on one side. I'm on one side. What is your theory?
Well, I have a friend that makes $95,000 a year, and he did not believe that Biden had lost it until the Democratic Party had said that Biden had lost it, even though I and him both watched his grandfather go down to dementia. I was like, bro, he's exhibiting the same things. And he did not believe it until they said it and they put Kamala in place. He is a well-educated white man. He didn't want to believe it. It's just, I can't call it, because even for me, I can't call it. There's a part of me that says you can't not believe that. Like, come on, bro, you had to have seen it. But then there's a part of me that's like, damn, maybe he is a hard R. And, you know what I'm saying, can't see through the bullshit. Granted, I know I'm a conspiracy theorist. I don't believe shit. I read goddamn Behold the Pale Horse. That shit sits above my bed. But, like, yeah, like, I don't know. 70-30, some of these motherfuckers really ain't, I don't want to say that word, but you know what I'm saying. They not aware.
Mm-hmm.
If you catch my drift. Like, they're just not aware.
They sleep.
They still sleep, bro.
That's my only point. They're gonna listen to Chris Cuomo's and all them tell them
exactly. They're gonna eat whatever Don Lemon tell them.
He maybe he was tired that day. They buy all of that bullshit.
They out here with the Don Lemon face. Like, look how Don Lemon did not believe it until it was the end. The nigga started crying. Nigga hit the Django. He was out here crying like he was on that.
Again, we have to
Steven ass.
If we're talking about American, but if the specific topic is American electoral politics, then you have to start viewing this thing a little bit different depending on where you are located in the country. If you want to step back and talk about it just from a national but again, we were just talking about local things locally. You have to go to the places where it matters in the American electoral political system. New York, California, Chicago, South Florida, maybe parts of Colorado. Other than that, the rest of the country is voting Republican.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, let's go back to because we kind of conflated something there. Primaries. When it comes to the primaries, it doesn't matter if he wins it in the general or not. Primaries. I do not believe a voter in Michigan is going to pick Marianne Williamson over Biden. I don't believe that.
I don't believe that either. If that's
that's
Biden will win. If that's only one.
But what I'm saying is the primaries. The primaries are just Democrats in there. I do not see any of those candidates who are running against him in the primaries beating Biden in the primary, period. Just don't see it. And if they can't beat him in the primaries, they can't become the candidate.
Well, what's the young dude from Pennsylvania that everybody said Kamala should have picked?
Josh Shapiro.
Okay. So he seemed like he was a bit
younger. He wouldn't have won in the Midwest, guaranteed.
He got more energy. I'm saying if RFK was a Democrat and he ran, he would have won. I mean, that's a big if. However, I'm not at all sold that Biden wins again in 2020. 2023, looking how he does. He just don't. He just don't. There's too many young. There's far too many young people involved now at this point, to the point to where it will cost them. And those young people don't have to know shit. They just have to know that Joe Biden looked like their grandpa, and their grandpa's about to die.
But here's the thing also, the whole Bernie revolution, the Bernie wave, a lot of Bernie voters in the primaries at times where they could have pushed him over the edge, they did not. They resorted back to whatever the TYTs were saying, the Cenk Uygurs, the Annas, the Minority Reports, the David Doles, the Humanist Report, all of them people, they went back to listen to them, and they let those people lull them back to sleep. And they completely and that's what I'm saying. There's far too many people. I think that you're giving the people more credit than I do. That's all I'm saying. I do not believe that these people would have been like, you know what? No, he is too old. I'm not going to vote for him. Then I'm like, well, but
there are different.
He could beat Trump.
And that's
it's not Trump, and that's what I'm saying. And you yourself talk about the Trump derangement syndrome.
Of course, I'm taking every single thing into account. I'm saying there are different constituencies. If we're talking about our parents, they are brain dead. Your aunties, your grandparents, they're all brain dead, locked into the Democratic Party. They stuck there. They're never moving from there. However, their grandkids who are not as plugged in politically like that, they get all that shit in memes and blah, 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 da-da-da-da. They don't know shit. I have a 16-year-old. I asked them if they know about Biden, da-da-da. That whole generation just think he a viejo and don't know nothing. Like, again, they're not voters. I'm saying they're younger than voters. Now, if you talk to my older son, who is 21, about to be 22 in a month from today, his whole group don't mess with Biden and or the Democrats. We talked about YouTube viewership. As I see, there's a lot of small channels coming up, a lot of people that look like us in many different ways. They too are not just, oh, we're blind Democrats. I'm seeing the shift in real time. If we want to just talk about the 40 and up crowd, yes, they are so much easier to predict. That doesn't require any analysis because we know how they are. The group who is divorced from that group, now there is room for movement. There is room for teaching, training, learning, forgetting the bad shit, picking up good shit. There is room there. And I'm seeing a wide range of opinion and thought pattern within that group.
I agree that there is a younger group who is seeing it differently. But when I compare the numbers of how many of the typical Democrats outnumber them by a wide margin. That's what I'm saying.
Because the Democrats, because typical Democrats vote like people watch football. Anybody but the Cowboys. Anybody but the Patriots.
Where do they run it? Okay.
In fact, a lot of these younger voters are not Democrats. They have left the Democratic Party. So they don't even count, a lot of them, because they're not Democrats.
Yeah, they're like libertarians.
Yeah, they're libertarians, or they're Green Party, or they're DSA, or they're all this other stuff. But a lot of them are not Democrats. So you can't even factor them into that process because they're not going to. Those same people wouldn't vote for a Dean Phillips. All he is a younger version of what Biden would be.
Yeah, and not to mention, you got to think now, Chris, these the LG, you know what I'm saying, Alphabet Mafia people. So these Alphabet Mafia people, they making their own shit. You know what I'm saying? In 5 years, they going to have the Purple Party.
They're a small group.
They're a small group with a huge voice.
Yep, huge voice and a lot of power.
A lot of power. They got way more power than we ever had.
Yeah, but we're not. See, that's the whole thing. We're never bound to have. We're not supposed to have power here. We're never gonna have power here.
No, yeah, so, just like I would say, the 48ers are a small group too, and yet they wield way more power than a lot of people.
Correct, Thomas. Thomas, that's a fact. Because I'm in my 40s, but me, you can see I'm not with none of this shit. I be outside too much. I'm all over. I talk to too many goddamn people all the time. So I just know that, and I talk to people of all, let me be easy right now. But yeah, I talk to a lot of people, and they, for whatever reason, they choose to just talk. They just choose to just let it out. And I be hearing shit that, sometimes it's like, okay, I want to take in the information, even if I'd like completely 1,000 degree percent disagree with what they're saying. I still take in the information because I want to hear it, right? I find interest in even hearing that. Again, even if it goes in one ear and out the other, I'm analyzing a lot of different things at all times. But the conventional thought is, thank God, it's on its way out. We're on the last little bit of conventional thought.
Because I'm gonna give you one more thing. Those same people, a lot of them who didn't want to vote for Biden, a lot of those same people who were saying he's too old, a lot of them didn't like him for the stuff going on with Gaza either.
Yep.
How many of those people are gonna vote for a Dean Phillips or whatever? Most of those people or a Marianne Williamson. Most of those people, the only person that they were probably going to vote for would be a Jill Stein, who is not a Democrat.
The only Green Party.
She's Green Party. That's what I'm saying. The people who would be those most vocal people who wouldn't vote for a Biden, no matter what. Because I hate to break it to y'all, because I tried to push back and fight this when I was doing the whole Dem exit stuff like 5 years ago. Unfortunately, the vote blue no matter who is still the bulk of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, they vote for Biden even with his son out here smoking crack with prostitutes and a stripper baby. Giving out secrets. I'm
telling you,
fine with that.
I've been in these groups, because when they used to do these big follow chains, and that's how a lot of them get these huge followings. And I just hear these people, and part of it is they are in a different socioeconomic level than we are, and they don't give a fuck. They don't care.
Can I throw another one out?
Mm-hmm.
So back to crack on the camera with the prostitute stripper baby having motherfucker, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've heard people even come to terms and say, well, that's the most American. I mean, shit, that's damn near black, ain't it? What the fuck? What the fuck? What do you mean that's damn near black and that's why you fit to vote for this motherfucker again? Before Kamala was even a fucking option, I heard niggas already getting their mind together to vote for a motherfucker off the grounds that his fucking side, his child's life, he already had his good son. He died already. God rest that one soul. But the
Teal.
fuck up baby, they was okay with.
Hell, I think if Kamala would have decided to run against him in the primary, she would have got stomped too.
Yes.
And she would have got stomped without Biden even showing up to the primaries.
Teal, Teal, are you around outside of your family, like in your day-to-day? Are you around a lot of black folks? Do you like where you shop, maybe where you go get your toiletries, or where you go to buy your clothes, that are like, do you have to interact with a lot of ninjas?
So I choose to hang out with a lot of niggas in my spare time, but when I go shop, I'm bougie. I be having my
No. I mean, okay. No, so I was just asking.
No, on the regular, it's like 60-40, 70-30. I be hanging out with the hood niggas.
So when you talk to them, what are their opinions on Trump? Are they like against him, or?
No, I have a lot more black friends that are actually going to probably vote for Trump.
More than 2016 when he first popped up.
Most definitely. You got to understand, I got hood niggas in my motherfucking face. Niggas that think I got 10% of these motherfuckers thinking they finna get another fucking check.
Exactly.
Yep.
Okay, you got to get them. So I got 10% of these niggas thinking they're going to get a check. I got about 30% of these niggas actually thinking now, because they didn't use their PPP loans, got a little bit of business savvy, and watched a couple of motherfucking trapper motherfucking YouTube videos and shit. Now they think they know how to move some money. So now they think that shit going to come again. You know what I'm saying? They waiting for the next lockdown type shit. You feel me? I got about 30% of them niggas.
Don't forget, how many of them who think they about to get another check who ain't even eligible to be able to vote?
Hello. Let's talk about that part. Oh shit. That was sorry. And that was like my point. That was one of like my part 2B points with the whole Trump thing when we talked about the shooting. If they let me write it, okay, and they would have let old Bubba Joe over here fucking win it, we would have been able to get them gun rights and shit, because we would have been able to vocalize the fact that this felon saved the president. Because the president a felon. Look, because they be like, because the president a felon. Mm-hmm. Which means
I brought that up because, when I be moving and shaking and I'm around, you know what I'm saying? Your
entrepreneur ass friends, they be talking that business shit now. I'm finna vote for Trump.
Well, look what LPA is saying here. He says, y'all still let me put it on the screen. It's got two of them right here.
The media is precisely why.
And this is why I'm saying that these people still are stuck in this bubble, because they listen to what the mainstream media says.
Correct.
And no matter how much they bitch about it, they still trust it.
Correct. And,
I'm from that neck of the woods, boo. I live in that neck of the woods, so you know what I'm. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
LPA is like, he must be newer. He must be newer to the channel, but the media don't even get us started. We've been broke them down. I was just gonna say that the media helped people they helped infect people with Trump derangement syndrome. I go back, I don't know which is worse, Trump derangement syndrome or Obama derangement syndrome. I go back and forth sometimes. I don't really know. Sometimes
are you just talking about like as a whole on a nation, or as a black community? Because that shit that shit riles through the black community. Like, God, dog, that shit hit like the crack epidemic in the 80s and the 90s. I swear to God.
Trump in the black community, to a lot of people, he is like flat out Satan.
Okay.
And
But
Obama
wait.
was
You gotta do it
the
in the
total
timeline.
opposite of that.
Yeah, you gotta do it in the timeline, okay? First off, it was crack.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Then it was Obama. Okay, Obama was next to Jesus. I don't give a fuck what nobody says. When Obama even said hope, I ain't never seen so many motherfuckers use the word hope. Hope was in every black church. Hope was on the back of the fans. Hope was on the back of the programs. Hope was in the fucking pulpit. They was fucking making motherfucking sermons about hope. Obama had motherfucking plaques in your grandmama's house. Your grandmama took down her husband's picture from when he served in fucking World War II. She took that nigga down to put Obama on the wall. What is you talking about?
You
couldn't say shit about Obama. Black people be ready to stomp you in the street.
What if Obama ate like a Philly cheesesteak with extra red onions, and you're like, yo, Obama smell like onions? They would be ready to fight you,
bro. If you don't appreciate Obama in that brown suit, you going to hell. And y'all know what brown suit I'm talking about.
Oh, of course. And I mean, I didn't have a problem with it. It was fine. But you know, it was the way the Republicans responded to it is what made them. So that's why I say Obama derangement syndrome was definitely a real thing. And it extended beyond the hood too. You know what I'm saying? It went well beyond that. Like I mean white people even to this day who like say to me, or they'll whisper like, I wish Obama could run again. And I be like, why are you saying this to me?
I need to talk about that. That's one of my favorite.
Why are you saying that to me? For what?
So check me out. Living in the South, y'all gonna think this is funny. I love white people during election time. Oh my God. You get some of the wildest white people. I love when white people, I be in line. I be fucking with them, honey. I love this time because my mouth be reckless. They always got to say some shit like that. That's always an intro, okay, to test the water to see where you voting. First off, it's none of your business. But second of all, I love when I hear white people say, I just, if it was me, I'd let Obama run again. I was like, oh, for real? And I'd be like, shit, if it was me, I'd let you pay for these groceries.
Seriously.
Yeah.
It's just like that too.
If we just gonna keep talking about unnecessary shit, I mean, shit, you gonna pay for these groceries? That's more relevant than if Obama can run. But I don't give a damn. I love white people that just want to start talking conversations with you.
I don't mind. You know me, I've run into, and the funny part is I've run into mostly, you know, Trump folk, right? Especially lately, you know, we're close to it. I've run into mostly them. However, the entrepreneurial, business owning, typical Democrat voter is looking at Trump.
Yep.
They hate him. However, they're looking at some of the policies that will affect their business, and they like, I'm not going to tell nobody, but I think I'm going to go this way. I've met many, many professionals recently who have been saying this. It's not that they like him or they had a kumbaya moment about him. This really is just about my bread. Ain't about nothing else. Just about my bread, my business. That's it. Anything else, can go. But as long as my business is okay, my money is okay, I'll go ahead and vote for this guy. And it's not an endorsement of him. I'm just saying these are things that I'm taking into consideration as it pertains to the electoral system and how this is going to play out.
It's going to be Trump, y'all. I've heard so many people already hit me with it. They just not a woman on that aspect. I've heard women hit just not a woman on that aspect. I don't know. It's been some wild shit. Bro, don't get me started on that.
I don't know. I'm curious. We'll see. I mean, I'm looking at the stops that they're pulling out and the people that they're pulling out, and it's telling me that I just look at it. Some of these people are not going to put their necks out there unless they believe that Kamala was going to win. Mm-hmm. That's all I'm saying. It's like they got the message that she's the winning side and they're jumping on board early. That's how I read it.
You don't remember it. You don't even need a bunch of one side or the other. Doesn't necessarily need a whole bunch of people to come out and support them.
Well, but I think there's also
people stay home. If people stay home, clearly that's going to be a problem. And I think that is going to have more of an effect on the Democratic Party side than it will on the Republican Party side, specifically because Trump is he's not a newbie. We've already had him as president. So whenever they try to scare people, oh, it's the end, it's over, blah, 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 we've already had it. And like you said, the attitude is different now.
And if not for everybody.
If the numbers go from 35 to 37, or if it goes between 30, let's just say Trump gets 32, 33, 33. Let's say Trump gets 32, 33% of Negroes in certain states. It's a wrap. It's a wrap.
I would agree. I just don't think he's going to get that, though.
Okay, so.
And that's low.
I agree. I just don't think I don't think he's going to get that.
I think there's a possibility, because if at any point in time any of these fellas have actually gotten their right to vote reinstated, as well as their gun rights, because there's a lot of them that's doing it, especially off of that First Step Act. I'm trying to tell you, there's a different pocket of voters available now in the black community specifically, because these niggas is the niggas that's getting out after Reagan swept these niggas. I mean, yeah, after Reagan swept these niggas with that DARE shit, these niggas is getting out now. The big Meech niggas, the niggas that got locked up in the 90s. Them niggas, them homies, and they little homies, they all getting out on this First Act shit. You think they not gonna vote for the nigga that got them free? Get out of here. They done got conditioned in the prison.
I'm saying, are they going to be able to vote?
These niggas is actively getting their shit reinstated because they got the opportunity now.
We'll see.
Beforehand, it wasn't like
and
that.
It's only, and again, it doesn't have to take place across the country in some crazy numbers. It's a few states. We talk about Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and where else?
Saying,
that's about it.
But Marcus, look at it. Kamala locked niggas up. Trump got niggas free. I'm just saying, just look at how that has already planted a seed in our community.
Matter of fact, if Georgia and if everything remains the same and Georgia and Arizona alone flip back red, totally, it's a wrap.
Yeah, and if that happens, then of course it's a wrap. But we'll see. I'm not so sure that that's what's going to happen. Also, I don't think that it's factored in people who would vote for Kamala. I think that there are some people. I would definitely say that there's a whole pocket of Indian American voters who I don't think are being factored in some areas either that are going to go for Kamala. I don't think there's a lot of the Asian vote that might have went for Trump that'll be like, we can get an Asian in there secretly, but we can get an Asian in there. I think there's a lot of women voters who will be like, you know what? I think I am going to vote for her. I think she is close enough to win, and she's not Hillary. And I think that made it a problem for Hillary because she was who she is. I think that there are a lot of women who do want to see first woman president.
Hell yeah, all them
not Hillary.
So do we not think it's a major problem for that side that, one, you have this guy who is so unpopular, right? You are a woman of color. It would be a first woman-ness. There is the Supreme Court striking down Roe v. Wade, giving the other side a freaking head start.
That's what I'm talking about.
Giving a head start, and supposedly, if we for a thought exercise, let's pretend these polls are real, and these polls are close with this guy against him, and it's close. You got all this in your favor.
Well, every race is going to be close. Every race is going to be close. I don't think there's ever. I mean, think about it. What race have we had where it was just like, yeah, it's over with? even with Obama, you still even with Obama, we still
2008.
Yeah, no, 2008 wasn't like that. I'm telling as somebody who was literally
we thought short arms. We thought dinosaur arms was gonna. Do something?
Stop! Not
as somebody who was
Dino was gonna do something?
Somebody who was an Obama volunteer working for Obama campaign. I mean, well, not directly for the main campaign, but working on part of the Obama campaign. None of us were sure that he was going to win. Nobody was sure at that point until he won. Because we're like, how do we know how these white people are going to vote in the Midwest and stuff? There was a lot of people who weren't so sure and thought that, you know what, maybe racism will win. And so I've never looked at now, of course, when Obama was already in office, re-election, most presidents win re-election. It's only a handful of cases where they don't. Like, okay, Trump didn't win re-election, Bush Sr. didn't win re-election, Carter didn't win re-election, but before that, it's kind of you get your 8. That was kind of the thing. 8 and out. And it is okay, 8 for the Democrats and out, then 8 for the Republicans and out, and then that's kind of how it's went.
Aberration. There is an aberration there in that, HW didn't get a second term only because of, the third party candidate. However, I think had the third party candidate not been in the race, I think HW gets his second term.
I don't. The only reason why I don't think is because Reagan had already had 8 years before that. And I think you had a lot of people who were soured on 3 consecutive Republican administrations. That's why I think that counted against him too. And also he wasn't charismatic.
So I'm saying at that point in time, we think that we think most of those Ross Perot votes go to Bill Clinton.
I think they split evenly. That's the thing. I think they split evenly.
Clinton
I know. Like 39, I know. I like.
39% of the vote.
I know. I liked. I liked Ross Perot.
White dude. I think this is a Texas guy, white dude, to talk about a state like New York. I mean, maybe.
I mean, I'm thinking it like because keep in mind I was born in the 90s, so I don't know. So this is me thinking is if I was a person in that time frame. But me honestly, if I was still in the same body, same brain, and I had to vote.
But remember, this pre-internet.
This is pre-internet. But I'm just saying, knowing what I know, kind of thinking about how I grew up in the 90s. If I had to vote in the 90s, I would have voted for the cute, charismatic little white boy with the accent. To be honest, that's like a new JFK in the 90s.
Yeah, the second.
But I'm saying no. Putting it again, I'm thinking I'm still young in the mind. Keep that in mind. I'm not as much of a seasoned or mature voter. I'm just thinking off of how the first 5 things that we always bring up is always going to be race. We barely bring up policies. So just on the surface level voting in the 90s, I would have voted for Bill because he's cute. It's like JFK 2.0. You know what I'm saying? He pumping his shit.
Can you imagine if we had?
He got a lot of people. He got a lot of black people with the saxophone alone and going on Arsenio.
Thank you, the saxophone. I was about to say the same thing. I say he was
just going on Arsenio got a lot of people.
Bill Clinton walked so Biden could run. Okay, Bill hit Arsenio so Biden can hit the barbershops.
Oh yeah, LPA. He plays the hell out of the sax too. Okay. He ain't just play pimping.
He hit all of the cultural stops that he was supposed to hit to get Negroes on his side. And then Negroes didn't like, as much as there was a time and a space for righteous black folk, the more pop culture black folk didn't want to hear that talk from the 80s no more into that, mid 90s period. So then also when he put Sister Soldier in her place, in quotes, like everybody was like, "Yeah, I don't really like that loudmouth talking."
Well, they villainized that woman so badly.
Correct.
And made her an outcast to the black community. Yeah. They made her an outcast to the black community. Facts. They had most of the black people wanting to round her up more. I mean, wanting to. So now people looking back and like, oh man, she was deep. She knew, man. She put Cornel West in his place.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of people, I mean, and it's the same thing. Like, look at how many when Kwame Ture passed, how many of these same Democrats is like, fuck that nigga. I'm talking about black people.
Yes.
Who felt that way because of how much that they were with the Clintons. And I'm saying that
that was like the beginning of like Obama, because then even Toni Morrison was like, oh, that was or whoever said, I can't remember the author, you know, say, oh, he was the first black president. You know, there was, you know, you were going to bar.
Toni Morrison.
I mean, what Nori said? The president is just like me. We say he get head and smoke weed. Just I can't remember the bar exactly how Nori put it, but he got a line on his album. I think it's the Melvin Flint album, where you know he like the president just like me, man. We getting high, getting head. You know what I'm saying? And that was enough for a lot of people to be like, oh yeah, check here, nigga. Damn, we got such low standards.
Yeah, we
and that's what I'm saying. It don't take much.
Everybody comes to the cookout. Bill been coming to the cookout, and he been locking your uncle up this whole time.
In fact, how do you think he got popular? How do you think he got that bill and all that passed?
Niggas.
Exactly. He got old black people in the neighborhood, and they was like, I'm tired of them. I'm tired of them young boys out on the corner. They a problem. Somebody need to just lock them all up. That's how they got, and that same mentality got passed on to the very same ones who were out there getting locked up. I can tell you a whole lot of late 40s and 50-something-year-olds who was the ones who were getting knocked around by them same cops. Is the same one out there carrying water for them same damn cops. They the same ones out there defending Kamala.
Yep, the same ones, and it's
very same ones who were out there running from the cops are the same ones who is protecting this cop.
Correct. That's like your boy Roland Martin, who be like dying to get a CNN gig again.
But I think even him, he was like old boy from Belly back then, probably. I can see him with the perms. You know what I'm talking about? I don't like that shit.
The dude with the banana.
With the banana. I don't like that shit.
For minutes.
Yes, Tyron.
Yes, that would have been him back then. But the only difference, instead of him having a flipped perm, he would have had a Jerry curl. I don't like them niggas over there. I don't like them niggas.
Right.
You know, people like Roland Martin, I can't stand that dude. He gets on my nerves. Who is it? Louis Farrakhan. Chris mentioned him. I mean, Farrakhan was consistent in that he did say that. You know, he did call out black folks for supporting the crime bill. But anyway, going back to 2024, right? I just think that we'll see a different outcome. I think the past will become future, and then we can just move on. I forgot something. While we're talking about a lot of these felons who might be Trump voters, that I think that we're also undercounting how many black women, and actually, the black women were already out for it. The black, the sexy red types, them types. They running to get. You didn't see what it said about how many of them are signing up to the polls. How many of them who ain't never voted a day in their life, never thought about voting, who they rushing to the polls to vote for Kamala?
Okay, think about the D9. What about the D9?
Oh yeah, factor in all in D9s who gonna be out there for Kamala too.
The ones that are following behind Megan Thee Stallion, the girls that get the education, the girls that like the twerk, they do doctor shit.
So just like Trump got a whole lot of voters that I feel like might not be getting counted, I think Kamala got a whole lot of voters that might not be getting counted either in this.
But the Divine Nine.
That's why I don't know. I can't say that it's a landslide for Trump. Or that's the reason why I hold on that.
The Divine Nine has always they're obviously it's a sorority of all the school, whatever, sorority, fraternity. They're very much politically active. They always
most
always
of them.
They always vote Democrat. They always vote Democrat. They're not going to change. Their behavior is not going to change. Their vote pattern is not going to change. It's going to be the same exact. They're not going to squeeze any more juice out of that. They've squeezed it. They've squeezed as all they can.
The reason why I say that there's more is because everybody in Divine Nine don't make it into the boule. Everybody don't. There's a couple of them who is a mechanic out there who didn't make it up that ladder. There's a couple of them who out there hairdressers who didn't make it up that ladder, but they show up and hey Sue and do all that shit. There's a couple of them who they might vote, they may not vote, but on this one they guarantee 100% will be voting. So yes, we're only talking about the ones who become the PMCs. We're only talking about the ones who become the aides and the ones who the Angela Rise. We're talking about those. We're not talking about the one who working down the unemployment office who sitting up there deciding if you're gonna get a check or not. We're not talking about them.
So given what we said about the black folks and the Clintons, are you telling me they're gonna vote harder for Kamala in 2024? Oh damn, what happened to her?
Oh damn. Did you click her out? Oh.
No,
I'm saying that some of them just may not have been voting.
But I'm saying, do we think that, because I like when people are like, oh, they're gonna vote harder, right?
I do think that I think not only are they gonna vote harder, they are gonna vote. They're gonna vote as hard as they possibly can. But also some of them are gonna be more likely to go and grab Uncle Willie and drag him to the polls too.
Yes.
So wait, do we think the same group didn't vote in the same numbers in 2016?
No.
I think that some of them thought that it was. I think a lot of them really thought that Hillary had it in the bag too. There's a lot of people who thought Hillary had. I ain't got to worry about voting.
But didn't they say Hillary got the most votes ever in history though?
But every election becomes the most votes because our population is increasing. And the fact that people are living longer. So every election, it breaks the record.
I know, but I'm saying the first time you get scared coming through the door because somebody's hiding behind the door, the second time, now you kind of prepared for them to be there. So it's like, all right, I know this. I mean, that's a bad analogy, but
like you said earlier,
saying is that you can't scare people more about Trump now than you did in 2016.
Well, depending on who you talking to, because you might say that, but I know, dude, I've talked to people.
We see it in the Marcus. I see it with niggas on the barbershop. I'm outside. I'm talking to people. There's not one of my.
I know, but Chris, you got to think more than anecdotal. You can't only look at what's going on in your circle.
For everybody in my circle was saying something different in 2016. It is 24. It is expanding. This is the point I'm making. Nobody sounds the way they did back then. And this is not just my circle. These are people, even including my circle. It's all different.
I'm trying to tell you of something which I'm seeing that your circle is not reflecting. I'm seeing people who literally believe Trump is going to bring back slavery.
Where is this?
I have heard people talking like that.
Shut the fuck up.
I've heard people from California, people from Nevada, people from Arizona, people in the Midwest. I've heard black people say this. Now, I think it's absolutely insane, but they really believe this.
They think Prop 25 gonna bring back slavery.
They really believe in at Project 2025, man, they ain't gonna be able to stop Trump now because now he don't have to worry about running again.
He gonna be able to do whatever he want now. Whatever they want. The police ain't gonna have to do nothing. That's all I keep hearing.
He gonna be a dictator now. He gonna come back and just do whatever he want. He gonna be a dictator. He gonna do whatever. He never gonna leave office.
Yes, I've heard that shit.
I've been hearing that.
It's insane, Chris.
It's insane, but I think because you don't hear those circles.
I've heard the same thing too. It is one particular demographic that is saying that. I don't typically hear that outside of that demographic. And that demographic is even broken down into a smaller demo within a small demo already. So I'm pretty much writing them off because they are going to behave the same as they have for the last 6 or 7, 8 elections that these people have participated in. They've never shown themselves to be doing anything different than what they are. So given that the conversations I'm hearing amongst that same demographic, a little more of it, the fact that the conversation is changing to a certain extent, that is a marked difference from everything that has existed before it. There is a difference. We're in a shift in many different ways, many different things. We're clearly in a shift. So there's going to be people that always going to do the same thing. I'm always going to shop at Target. I'm always going to shop at Walmart. I'm always going to that. Like there's some people who are going to be stuck in it. Boom. There's some people going to change. It's like driving. There's going to be some people who are going to shift lanes and take off. Hit it. There's going to be some who fall back. There's going to be some try to stay with the pack, etc., etc.
So, Chris, I got a question. How has the increase of I'm not voting at all been in your favor? Have you heard more of that too? Yeah,
a whole lot.
A whole lot. I'm not doing it at all.
And that's the whole thing. Like because Trump is so polarizing one way or the other, people can't seem to have these conversations without like the derangement syndrome affecting them. And just because you might be shitting all over the Democratic Party and the candidate and its policies, that doesn't mean that it's an blanket endorsement of the stumbling, bumbling idiot. You know what I mean? Because it's like there's a lot of people like me out there who like I look at both of them. I don't quit none of y'all. I'm not wasting my time to go do nothing for neither one of them. No time, no money. I'm just saying, like from where it look here, the soundtrack of the streets, if you will, like it don't sound too good for the other side. The other side looking like Drake right now.
Facts.
They got mad hits. They top of the game, but they time is.
They got to sit down. They got to sit this one out.
I also do think also that where you live, the demographics of where you live is a little bit more to leaning Trump anyway. I think that you got to be factored in.
Yes, correct. There is some. However, we all know there's a lot of people from Jersey, New York, Massachusetts, etc. down here as well.
But let's factor in the asterisk to that. How many of those who are coming down from New York and Jersey and Boston and all that, who were already the conservative when they were up there and came down and are still conservative?
Well, it just depends on what city they go to, right? Because
I know we have a lot who leave here and end up going to Texas. They were always MAGA. They were always on the right. They were that one little red drop in the big blue pool. And all they did was move to another. Now they did was move. So now they're in a red area.
Well, considering that South Florida typically votes blue, right? Most of the Miami, Palm Beach County, and Broward County, a lot of times have a lot of Democrats in power, right? From city council on up through, you know what I'm saying, through the county officials. So they tend to come here and vote blue. Maybe, to the west of here, north, northwest, etc. It's different, but here most of the people are blue. Like I know my county gonna be blue.
I know when I was in Jacksonville, most of the ones who were coming from the north were either centrist to right leaning. I mean, and so I'm not saying, and I put it this way: most of the people who made over a certain amount were already just leaning to the right in Jacksonville.
That's a fact. And financial, you know what, too? there is a difference even amongst some of our demographic, people who maybe just be as a result of COVID and the things that took place around it, if they even tripped and stumbled into becoming a business owner and even having a somewhat successful business, you are now looking at least finances a little bit differently. And you just hearing buzzwords, interest rates, credit rates, taxes, you start paying a little bit more attention to things like that, right? And then you start looking like, wait a second, this dude wants to do what? And this dude wants to do what? And then you start just looking at it from that point, because again, that's another growing group, which is obviously good, of business owners, people who is able to get money, figured out a way that this online shit can make them some money. And they have now a business, even if it's just shipping lighters or do-rags or makeup, what have you. They are now looking at things from a different angle instead of the emotional angle that our parents and the rest of us have been, hypnotized into thinking after years of that from the media. Because, as a black person, the only thing you hear is, especially grow up, Republicans racist. So you don't even think to look at what the Democrats are doing to you, right? And it's more like, oh, the Republicans call you nigger, the Democrats hide it, so it's best to go with the Democratic Party.
It's like the Republicans use a hard R, the Democrats say nigga.
Oh, of course.
Put an H on the end. Like, what? That isn't what?
Yeah, that's what it's, that's like the message that's given to you. And a lot of the times, whenever you did look back and see a lot of these spokespeople and like that, it was true, which is why the conservatives, I don't know why they get their panties in a bunch over trying to argue certain points when, dog, we got you. We got the film, B. We can see you. We see you, niggas.
We see you, right?
It's something I wanted to throw at y'all, because I forgot, we're getting kind of long in time, and I forgot we didn't even touch on this one issue. We kind of talked about Lebanon a little bit, and I know it's jacked up what's going on there. No, it's all right. It's all right. It's a good discussion. And I think everybody did enjoy the discussion still. And I think that, we're going to see escalations on that, and we're going to be talking about this next week. So we can always come back to that. But it is something that I didn't put in the title that I do want to get y'all takes on this.
Yeah.
Matt Walsh had a conversation. Oh, yeah, I know. He had a conversation because he had a film that just came out, Am I Racist? And he went on to Breaking Points and kind of got into a little discussion. And it got onto systemic racism. He actually Haiti got brought up, and especially with Teal here. I want to hear some of your thoughts on. Actually, did you hear any of that first? Let me see if I can find some of it, because
everybody got Haiti in their mouth.
Marcus, while you look for it, I'll explain. Teal, in the meantime, based off what was happening in Haiti, Matt Walsh is talking to whomever, and he says, like, why would we ever want to be like Haiti? Why would we want to take a single thing from Haiti? So the white dude, I can't remember his name, to his credit,
Ryan Grimm.
Yeah, Ryan Grimm, to his credit, started stating and listing out all of the
I got the clip.
All of the outside forces that have kept the country where it is. So, you know what I mean? So at the same time,
I told Due Dissidence, because they covered it, and I was like, damn, I hate that y'all kind of stole this from me, because I planned on talking about this whole entire thing, but we got a little long, so I didn't have the time to break, because I had like timestamps on stuff I wanted to get through and pick apart this whole thing. But here, let me play.
You know what's crazy? Why would everybody talk to this guy? Like, who is he?
Like, in what way could this country be improved by making it more like Haiti? When you look at Haiti, what part of Haiti are you saying to yourself, we need more of that?
Beaches.
Well, we have more beaches than them too, right? Don't we?
Right.
We're a much bigger country.
We don't want a marine invasion and occupation of the United States that constantly decapitates governments and takes the money out of the country and saddles us with,
we don't want the Clintons
debt
either.
From a revolution. Yeah.
Right. Although I don't. So you're saying that
we wouldn't want to be like basically a colony that the entire West spends 200 years punishing after the Haitian Revolution.
I get that. I understand that, but also at a certain
we wouldn't want that. No, yes.
We wouldn't want that, but
I had to stop that real quick. He's like, I get that, but no, you fucking don't get that, obviously, for you to say what you said next. But sorry, let me let it continue.
I would also say that that's not entirely why Haiti's in the position that it's in. I mean, at a certain point, as a country, you have to stand on your own 2 feet and take care of yourself. And
but at what point is that they elect Aristide and we overthrow Aristide, and they elect Jovenel Moïse. Jovenel Moïse has assassinated a bunch of people with American connections, and then we install in 2021, like the United States installed the prime minister that we just ousted. Like, so we could say, okay, yeah, you got to get over the 200 years ago, but like we're still doing it.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not in favor of. I'm very non-interventionist in my policies, so I'm not in favor of most of the things that we're doing in other countries.
We just made the new government in Haiti in a hotel room in Jamaica, and then we insisted that whatever government we made in Jamaica had to allow Kenyan troops to come in under the flag of the UN in order to go to war with gangs.
Yeah, I'm not interested in. Right. If it were up to me, I'm not interested in doing anything in Haiti. Like let Haiti be Haiti and take care of it.
Isn't it
my whole point here?
Real quick.
Isn't
it crazy? This crowd, like the Matt Walshes and that sphere of people. Isn't it amazing to you? Not amazing. I'm using amazing in quotes. That they're so well informed about a lot of shit, except for when it comes to certain things. They're just so stupid when it comes. That's why their prominence also just highlights the level of stupidity that exists on the other side.
Ignorance is bliss, Chris.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we get the gist of what he's saying. I can drop it down. I mean, I don't need that anymore.
It's not even ignorance is bliss. It's more like, because ignorance is bliss can be taken, hey, if I don't know this is bad for me, okay, right? No, they are more of stupidity is bliss.
Yeah, it's a willful ignorance of not caring to learn about a subject. And this is my issue, which I've learned with conservatives or a lot of people. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess that's what you could definitely call it. They have this. They're not willing to actually learn about an issue, and a lot of them just say, "Well, pull yourself up by your bootstraps." I'm pretty sure when you got here, or when your people got here, Matt Walsh, they were probably given a whole bunch of free land,
and they cut the bootstraps.
But then you tell everybody else to pull them up by their bootstraps. You guys are not experiencing or having to pull yourself out of the scenarios which all these other people you tell need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. But yet you love to tell somebody that. That's like that's like if I've never had any injuries and I'm perfectly fine, but you two were born with some kind of handicap to your leg or something like that. And I'm like, why come you can't run? What's your problem? You're just lazy. And that's what it is like from conservatives. Like you and your ancestors, none of the people in your family line went through what any of these other people did, but you want to look down your nose at them and say, why don't you just pull yourself up by your bootstraps? What if I didn't get boots, bitch?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wouldn't even.
Sorry, I'll hand it off to y'all.
No, that's true.
I wouldn't even equate it to like that. I would just say, they took off running. They had us tied up, and then they're like, "Oh, we faster."
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's very funny. That crowd just knows. They don't really know anything.
No, he tried to. The other part that wasn't in there. The other part that wasn't in there because everybody covered that clip. I watched the whole thing and I wanted to break into it, but how he tried to use this is what he said about systemic racism. Well, there are no laws on the books right now for systemic racism, so therefore there is no systemic racism. And I'm like, if I take a baseball bat to you and beat the shit out of you, those injuries just didn't go away because I stopped hitting you.
I think the bottom line is with all of them, because a lot of their complaints and a lot of the shit they really care about, but they can't say it because they don't want to seem to be, well, some of them will say it. It's about their women. Simple as that. And them not being able to keep them and or attract them and or to breed with them. They see the future. They make it about everything else, but that is really what their main problem is about. And that's what it always boils down to. Even if you don't see it initially, even if you can't think, like you may not believe it, just listen closely to the issues that bother them most and where it all ties into. The competition. They just severely bothered by the competition. And I know it sounds real base level, like what the fuck is you talking about? Blah, blah, blah. Immigration, what is the problem there? A lot of it. What's the problem with the immigration, right? It's maybe if they're from Ukraine, we won't hear about it. But if they're Haitian, they're from South America.
They don't like the browning of America.
Yeah, right? The browning of them. And with the browning, more people come. What do you think going to happen? There's going to be more mixing. And
I thought we were the melting pot, though.
We're the salad bowl. That's what they wanted to be. You stay over there. You stay over there.
They kind of flick the
I'm
croutons
right here.
Don't flick the croutons.
But that particular group,
and let's pour a lot of ranch dressing and blue cheese over it.
Correct. And we're talking about people like Matt Walsh and the Elon Musk supporters and all of that whole.
Keep in mind, remember that video I did on Matt Walsh? This is the same fucking piece of shit who said that black people in America are lucky because of slavery and that Africa was nothing before white people came there.
Got there. Correct. Again, the level of ignorance.
I'll send you the video I did.
This is who we dealing with.
Yes, he literally made a justification on how the transatlantic slave trade was good.
So does he have his own KKK like syndicate, like his own?
I mean, it sounds like it. Some of the shit that he was saying. And the name of the video he put out is, "Am I Racist?"
Mm-hmm.
Now, what he did was he went at the Robin DiAngelos and the people who make money off of the DEI stuff, which you can make an argument there to a degree. And that's where somebody brought up about due distance, how they can be good on some stuff and bad on other stuff. I'm like, last thing I want to hear is any white people telling me about how DEI is good or bad. Just leave that issue alone. Just don't touch it. Especially if you're on the so-called left, that's a piece of dynamite. That's a claymore. Don't step on it. Leave it alone. So due dissidence, y'all need to leave that issue alone altogether. Just zip the shit up, because you definitely don't fucking know what you're talking about. I still would like to talk to y'all, but
I don't even know.
Not about that.
But y'all don't know what the fuck y'all talking about on that. I gotta be real. I gotta be real.
You know, it's sad that we just went from Marcus's joke about, armaments and shit like that to pagers being blown up. I didn't want to step out of here without fully mentioning what's going on in Lebanon. And, obviously the headline there is that pagers were blown up. I mean, since we've been on, there have been bombings happening in Lebanon, I believe. Big bombs too, not just like,
I'm ready to get it popping. Let's go.
But there's been a lot going on there. And to the story about the pagers, I like how at first the Zionist folks on Twitter, and you could just see narrative movement. Thank God we don't believe a lot of bullshit. Like me, I just be waiting to see. But we saw that they were trying to front like they were so technologically advanced that they, just from the computer, just and random pages blew up. Thankfully, the story came out. What is more believable is that the Zionists intercepted a package of order of pages and walkie-talkies, and they installed those explosives in it, and then they set it off. It was a very unfortunate story. The videos that I saw, I thought were real foul, and it's hard to see. And quite honestly, given what we've seen over the past almost year now, the videos of the exploding pagers was less bothersome than what I see coming out of Gaza. In fact, I saw some of it and I was like, damn, that sucked, but it looked like some of them people will survive. And it should be like, yo, this is crazy. They doing this to walkie-talkies and pagers. What about our phones? They could blow up our phones. Yo,
Yeah.
Why am I worried about them blowing up my phone when we see when they want, they will just rain hell on you?
Yeah.
What am I worried about them blowing this shit up for when literally we seeing what they doing in Gaza and Gaza and shit like that? Lebanon. Look what we just witnessed them like damn near bury Yemen.
This shit ain't nothing but Leopold 3.0.
On some, I mean, it's different. He was taking, not at least, he was putting people to work. Like he made them cops and like that, right? They participated in there. They went out and committed crazy ass crimes, like cutting off the limbs of people who didn't have the quote taxes.
Yeah,
right? You had their own people cutting off their own kinfolk limbs because
they know if
they went back empty-handed, it was a problem.
Motherfuckers that know how to control people know that when you controlling people, you make them think that they're doing it themselves. You make somebody the police, you make somebody the inmates, and they will make the prison themselves. You don't even got to make no gates. So
remember that one movie where they show that Stanford experiment, and they show that movie about how they eventually start becoming the guards and prisoners, and
they make their own gates. You'll watch them, and they'll want to stay in that prison.
Yep.
So,
going with the staying on the on that particular.
I gotta explain something if people wonder why I got a little excited there. Y'all want to know one of my favorite types of movies? Revenge flicks.
Dun dun dun.
And I just see that somebody who's been out there doing a lot of fucked up shit to people for a long time, I think their day of getting back. It's coming. They still doing their damage, but don't worry. Your day is coming.
There's a shift everywhere. And where as I said before, it feels like we're at the end of an era and at the start of another one.
Yes, we are.
Age of Aquarius, y'all.
Yeah, it really does feel
Aquarius
like the Beanie Siegel song. Like the Siegel song. I can feel it in the air, right? Like I can feel it right now. I see it. I see it. I feel. I hear it. It's not tangible, but you could just tell like it is. We're in a different time here.
Dope ass movie.
Mel Gibson be having good revenge movies. He was, he was doing well up until he ran his mouth being drunk on the highway that night. Sucks for him. But anyway, the escalation that's taking place in the West Bank now, in Lebanon, in Gaza, they are. It seems as if all their objectives are being met, with the exception of one place I want to say where I don't think they really wanted that to happen, where all those people in what they're calling northern Israel who have left. Those are the ones who we saw packing the airports and going back from where they came.
That's where
I don't think they
bombing the most, right? Because they said they evacuated them over the last 2 years. It got evacuated.
Yeah, this is where like Hezbollah and them be hitting a lot.
Yeah.
Over the past year.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, you can say going back, some of the moving out's been over, a year and a half to 2 years. Yeah.
Okay.
But most of it's been since October 7th.
Got you. Which was the last strike that Hamas did, right?
Mm-hmm.
Got you. Told you I did my research, y'all.
Oh yeah.
I did my research. Cliff notes.
I think if Yonina, to the point about a frequency to a pager, if that was the case, I think they would have been doing that when a lot more people were using pagers, and to the extent that they had the technology, or who knows how long they've had that tech, I believe they probably would have used that to. I think they would have used that as a effective weapon long time ago.
They had
right?
that shit since 1974 when Get Smart was on TV.
So I think they actually did just probably confiscate some shit, put it in there, back it up, and send it out to the public.
Are we debating on like how they did it?
No. She was just saying, like, she says, it's easier to send a frequency than to put some explosives in it.
But I honestly land with that it wasn't the frequency. Now, they probably did do some of them through frequency because some of them did heat up and blow, but I believe the really bad, massive ones were through a small explosive charge. If you look into what they were talking about, that company from Hungary, there was allegedly they were supposed to be buying these pagers from Taiwan. Mm-hmm. And the reason, and basically I don't know, they probably used 82-100, made them think that they were dealing with Taiwan and it was actually Hungary, or it was a mix-up in understanding, and that place where they were all manufactured, it completely got emptied out, and I don't know if anybody remember the movie Boiler Room. It was like that. Like they went back to a place that was a full office and it was gone. The lady's office had been cleared out, everything. Her apartment is completely cleared out. She just disappeared. And it's alleged, more than likely, this woman is definitely a Mossad agent the whole time. So I would buy more than likely that that's what they did, because some people were like, well, why are they even using these pagers in the first place? The reason why they were using the pagers is because their phones had gotten compromised. Their phone signals got compromised. That's how they were able to attack that Hezbollah leader in the embassy. And so that was the whole point of the pagers. But honestly, I mean, on the walkie-talkies, that was frequency. It's a whole lot easier to do that with a walkie-talkie and the frequency, plus the battery is bigger. And so you can elicit a stronger explosive charge or explosive reaction, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think, they don't send out a message. They just send out a number, and that thing beeped on everybody's pager at the same time, and they got it. Mm-hmm. That's some mob boss mafia shit.
Which and that's the crazy part about it. When the shit happens back to them, watch the outcry of the whole entire world. Oh my gosh, you're gonna have BBC and France 24 and CNN, and all of them are gonna be flipping the fuck out when the shit happens back to the Israelis. But the Israelis can get away with just doing this shit all day long. That's the reason why maybe some of that response needs to happen in some of these certain buildings with cameras. If y'all can go after Al Jazeera, then maybe maybe you need to go, because back up, we were talking about war tactics and stuff like that. A big part of modern warfare is communications and propaganda. And that is one thing America learned from watching people during World War II. In fact, we don't even have to say World War II. We can go back to World War I, when our own American government was putting out propaganda that the Germans were eating people.
Yep.
I mean, I can still show y'all some of the actual videos. Yeah, they were like they're eating you. They had one of a German who he's like half man, half bear with a baby in a pot. Like, yeah, that's some of the stuff that they were passing out as just normal propaganda.
I mean, they were saying that African babies were good crocodile bait.
That was real. That was a real thing that was done. They literally used us as gator bait back in the day. For those who don't know that,
best gator bait on the market apparently.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, communications, and not to mention like when it comes down to like thinking like, oh man, can they really have that? Like,
I wonder if I got that.
I used to play Metal Gear Solid on the PS1 back in the day.
Oh yeah, me too.
Remember that? Remember they had missions of having to set up the walkie talkies and then going back to and then turn it into a box.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got to set off the detonator. You know what I'm saying? You was out here being Snake and shit. Stop playing. They been had this shit since Get Smart. Get Smart had a shoe phone. What are you talking about? He had a cell phone before we all had cell phones.
Yeah, anything you can imagine, they already done it. Like I remember, like I asked people, I said, when do y'all think like fighter planes actually became a thing? Like, I'm not talking about the old school dogfight. I'm talking about the hypersonic planes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, do y'all realize the F-16 fighter plane that they use mostly in Vietnam and all that? They had that technology since 1942.
Look, all I'm saying is, when they bring out the dog translator, I need one of them. Okay? That's all I want. I want to know what my dogs are saying, because one of my dogs got so much attitude, I really need to know if she's calling me a bitch.
Oh, she probably is.
I can tell in her face, but I need to hear it. You know, it's just one of those things. I need the confirmation. So once they start selling them shits on Black Friday, I'm gonna get me one.
She probably calling you a motherfucker and sound like Bernie Mac.
I know she sounds like Bernie Mac. I know she does. My Yorkie sounds like Sean Connery, but her ass, yeah.
It looks like right now that Hezbollah just hit some targets within Israel.
Damn.
And Israel already shooting back. It's morning time and it's going down over there.
They've been doing it all night. They've been at it all night.
See, Israel likes to only fire in the evening time and then let up in the morning so people don't see as much of their stuff. Hezbollah ain't gonna care. They gonna keep firing during the day, night. We don't need to hide at night when we're doing the shit.
No, Israel's firing right back right now. Like it's
they got
wild.
it acting out in rare form tonight or this morning.
Yeah, this morning. Yeah, there's a bunch of videos. Like it's trending now. I'm looking on the Bird app right now. I just hate when everybody keep posting the same video. That gets annoying. Like, hey, you assholes dying for engagement. You know you saw the video on the bigger account. We all saw it. Stop fucking retweeting the same thing. Please stop. You look thirsty anyway. Yeah, it's going down.
Oh, I found it. Let me send no. I'm gonna send something else. When I was telling y'all the German propaganda, let me show you what kind of stuff that they was putting out. I was like, this is something that they really was just like, yeah. This was like they like, you remember the Uncle Sam posters that they would just have up on the wall randomly? This is the kind of
I want you ones, right?
Yeah. This is actual real World War I propaganda that the US used to put out. Let's see, where's that? You see it? Soldiers eat babies. That's a fact. Think of the children join team Dolan Band, whatever that means, today, and make those monsters pay.
That's them. It looks similar to stuff that happens over here.
They're eating your cats. They're eating your dogs.
So if y'all think propaganda is brand new, it's not. They've always been lying about some shit.
Yeah. They've always shown that shit, you know, even here with our obviously against the Nazis, shit like that. Not saying that they shouldn't, but you know.
All right, guys.
They had a bunch of pictures, comic books and all that. Me too.
Okay. Yeah. We can go ahead and end on that note because I need to put some food in my belly. And we've been going a while, so we're going ahead and end on that note. But much appreciation to you, Teal, for swinging through.
Of course, we
shout out to Weezy for swinging through and taking the barrage against him 1-on-3. He was holding his own though. And shout out to Case QB for swinging by earlier. Much love to the brother, and to the wonderful audience for all of you guys who are listening to us, no matter which platform you listen it on. We do appreciate you. And hopefully y'all have a great evening if y'all still going out and doing some stuff, or I don't know, it's kind of late to probably y'all on the East Coast, but much love to y'all anyway, and much love to y'all throughout the rest of this weekend. Hopefully it's safe and y'all spend some time with your loved ones. That said, this has been the Political Matrix. I am Young Morpheus here with the lovely Teal and my brother Cy Lawson.
All right, y'all. Appreciate y'all coming through, man. I know we ran a bit long, but you know, sometimes that happens. It is what it is. Shout out to Case for coming through as well. Teal, thank you for coming. Your voice is always welcome. You have a very sharp sense of humor. You understand shit. So, you know, it's always a pleasure having you on. And again, thank you for your time. Probably hung out much longer than you expected to, but again, it's much appreciated.
Oh, she hang out with Steve. They go long, I know.
Yeah, we do.
And to LPA, case that we're talking about is Case Study QB. If you missed it, we had an interview with him right before the show. But all right. Peace.
Peace.
All right, y'all. Peace out.